better days.
The one thing I love above all else is the one thing they shoved up on the shelf. Some dreams will never die. Some never figure why they won't take our freedom away. They won't take our freedom. They won't take our freedom away.
Tonight, we're not just hanging out to watch a video or dissecting propaganda. We're pulling back the curtain on psychological warfare disguised as self-help and spiritual evolution. Our focus, Matthew North's deep dive expose on the Esalen Institute and the cult of Joe Rogan and his role in the corporate, sanitized, government-friendly version of counterculture. Esalen marketed itself as a cradle of consciousness, but under the surface lies a web of military-funded mind control experiments, culture-shaping psyops, and behavioral engineerings. Wrapped in meditation mats and LSD trips and Joe Rogan, the so-called gateway to truth for millions, or just another well-placed puppet in the mind fog machine. So grab your notebooks, your vegan snacks, and your critical thinking, because tonight we're not here to be entertained. We're here to unlearn, decode, and take notes on how culture is being weaponized against free minds. How's it going, everyone? How's it going? How's it going?
Whoop, whoop.
Peace.
What's up?
Tonight we're going to be starting with a early video in the 70s, 60s and 70s, and late 78. The news was pretty based back in the day and did a expose on MK Ultra and the military mind control, stuff like that. So we're going to watch that first.
This is the story of a 30-year search by U.S. intelligence agencies to perfect mind control. Some of those engaged in that search have agreed to talk about it for the first time. One said, "I think every last one of us felt sorry to attempt this kind of thing. We knew we were crossing the line." The search would be endless. From brothels, an agent says, we learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom, to the mystical rites of a magical mushroom ceremony performed by an Indian shaman, to a Spanish bull ring. The bull has had electrodes implanted in the brain and is controlled by a scientist. There would be victims. One intelligence agency tried to peel this man's mind back to reveal its deepest secrets.
I lived through it.
This man worked on some of these programs. He would write of his work, "It was fun, fun, fun." This is the story of the search for mind control.
ABC News Close-Up.
Attention, mind control. With ABC News correspondent Paul Altmaier.
1217. Now boarding at
Mark?
Anne,
It's been ages.
can I buy
Allow me to make
Drink alcohol, you guys, while we learn about mind control.
Good taste of Michelob Light. Don't just compare it to other light beers. Compare it to your regular beer. It's that good.
You always did go first class.
your ticket to San Francisco.
Thank you.
San Francisco?
You too?
Good taste runs in the family.
Mrs. Cooper, I need help. Oh, with all these different dog foods, I don't know what kind to feed him. Dry, soft. Honey, it's not the form, it's the formula. Those are for any dog, young, old, whatever. But Cycle 2 dog food is especially for dogs ages 1 to 7, like mine. The Cycle 2 formula has just what dogs in their active years need to help stay healthy and happy. With Cycle, I know what to feed him.
Now get Cycle 2 in 25-pound bags.
We are not professing to tell you the complete story of these activities. We are professing
Feed your animals kibble
story that we know.
and drink alcohol, everyone.
These records that we've uncovered don't tell the story. They tell pieces of it.
This is a story that has been told in bits and pieces. This is an attempt to pull most of it together. We know we don't have the full story,
Get shit-faced.
however, have some striking new revelations and insights. The story begins
It's cool to be
across
shit-faced.
the nation's front yard, the Mall. The buildings behind me were the headquarters for the World War II Office of
He
Strategic.
has hair like Carl Sagan.
It was here that the first halting steps toward mind control began.
You can trust him.
The shaper and molder of OSS was General Wild Bill Donovan. He said of his group's work,
Carl
"We may have made
Sagan was
mistakes,
definitely
but
another
we were not afraid
CIA
to try
guy.
Things that were never done before." In this anything goes atmosphere, Donovan appointed this man, Stanley Lovell, a Boston industrialist, to break new ground in many scientific and technical fields. Donovan called Lovell his Dr. Moriarty, after the fiendish professor in Sherlock Holmes. Lovell liked the name and posed for this Saturday Evening Post photo. He later wrote of his OSS job that it was, quote, to stimulate the PEC's bad boy beneath the surface of every American scientist and to say to him, throw all of your normal law-abiding concepts out of the window. Here's a chance to raise merry hell. It was in this atmosphere that the search for mind control began. This bizarre man would be an active participant in that search over the next 2 decades. His name is George White, an OSS captain who had formerly been with the Bureau of Narcotics. In his diary, seen here publicly for the first time, White left a legacy of the darker side of American intelligence work. He received his early OSS training at the British-run school at Oshawa, Canada, the same school where Ian Fleming, the creator of James Bond, was trained. White referred to the school in his diaries as the Oshawa School of Mayhem and Murder. Mike Burke, former OSS colleague of White's and now president of Madison Square Garden Center.
Very compelling fella, mysterious fella, almost mystical fella. He was fascinating because you knew something about him, but not enough about him to really get a fix on him. He also knew a great deal about the swifter elements of society, the gamier side of life, and he was very impressive in his technical knowledge of the underworld, so to speak.
He said one of our men gets beat up. He says you have to act real fast and teach these guys a lesson.
Charles Siragusa, a former narcotics officer and friend of White's.
He'll come around, he says, and break your kneecaps. And with that, one guy laughed, and George would always have little Billy with him. And this one guy sort of naked. George White turned around and whapped him across the neck with it. Then he picked up a pool stick and started beating everybody up.
He made his point.
And he made his point.
George White was not a man of understatement or subtleties. His boss at OSS, Stanley Lovell, referred to him as deadly and dedicated. In this note from White's diaries, it says, call Lovell regarding TD. TD was a rather transparent cover for Truth Drug. George White worked with the Truth Drug Committee here at St. Elizabeth's Hospital in the nation's capital. They experimented with mescaline, scopolamine, and marijuana on unwitting victims. The committee soon learned there was no easy panacea, no truth drug at this stage. But White and later colleagues would not stop trying. The goal remained the same. As this 1952 CIA memo says, the aim is controlling an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation. But it was a discovery here in Basel, Switzerland, at Sandoz Laboratories by Dr. Albert
Interesting.
Hoffman, that led the intelligence agencies of America to believe that they had found the panacea. The discovery was lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD.
Uh-oh.
The film that you see is considered by many experts to be the closest illustration of the effects of a hallucinogenic.
It was one of the first times that anybody had run into a powerful drug that was different than anything else that they knew anything about.
John Gittinger, recently retired chief psychologist for the CIA. This is the first time Gittinger has been interviewed publicly.
You could disable a whole city by putting a very small amount on a water supply. After all of these years of us, those of us who are involved in then looking for this secret drug, this was the only thing that began to look for the first time like it might be something like that.
Super commie looking art in the back. Soviet era
was intense.
art.
The worry was that the Russians would get hold of it. Were the Soviets into LSD?
All right, and test your mic.
I'm going to have to say I'm sure they were, but if you ask me to prove it, I've never seen any direct proof of it.
But at one point, intelligence information received from Switzerland said that Sandoz Laboratories was about to put 100 million doses of LSD on the open market. And it caused enough concern within the agency that the United States was prepared to buy the entire supply. However, a slight mistake had been made. The mistake is made public for the first time.
I just found out on a new CIA document that there were no such large quantities of LSD on the market.
John Marks has filed numerous Freedom of Information suits against the CIA and has unearthed much new material. He is the author of The Search for the Manchurian Candidate, a history of intelligence agency work with mind control. He is a consultant for this report.
What happened is that there was a military attaché in Switzerland, an American officer,
Hello.
milligrams and kilograms mixed up. In other words, he made a mistake
Check.
of thinking 1/1000th of a gram was the same as 1,000 grams.
You have YouTube up
of a
then,
million times.
if you have an
So when
echo.
the CIA got the intelligence that there were 100 million doses on the market, in fact, there were 100 doses.
The man who would oversee the CIA's research into drugs and most of the agency's behavior programs is this man, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, a chemist. Dr. Gottlieb declined ABC News' request for an interview. In their never-ending search for the miracle weapon, CIA operatives searched here in the remote mountain areas of southern Mexico for what up to then had been considered a myth, magic mushrooms.
Mushrooms.
This man, a part-time chemist for the CIA, to dupe this man, a vice president of a bank and an amateur mycologist or mushroom expert, to try to get
Psilocybin, baby.
mushrooms and turn them into a drug. But it would be the amateur, R. Gordon Wasson and his colleagues, who would win the race and develop the drug psilocybin from the magic mushrooms.
We went into the Mazatec
There is
area,
fungus among us.
far from the highways, remote from Mexico City. There we found that rotten bagasse, as it's called, bagasso, covered with mushrooms. These mushrooms I didn't know, had never seen. They were the sacred mushrooms.
Wasson would also discover and record the ancient mystical rites of the mushrooms from a local shaman or magical priestess, Maria Sabina.
Damn.
And we were seeing incredible sights.
I
They
bet.
would go slowly or they would go fast as I ordained. All your senses are rendered acute. We say that you see visions, you see hallucinations, but that doesn't begin to tell this story. The hallucinations are only part of it. You hear sounds, you smell things. The night was thrilling.
Word of Wasson's discovery reached the CIA quickly. Dr. James Moore, a University of Delaware chemist, secretly served the CIA preparing deadly chemicals on short notice. Moore was instructed to get close to Wasson and accompany him on another trip to Mexico to get the magic mushrooms. Internal documents show the CIA felt a drug derived from the mushrooms could remain an agency secret. What in the world were they looking for with the magic mushrooms?
I think the best answer to that is that they were looking for fundamental information on compounds that would be capable of causing changes in behavior, changes
They were looking
in
to get
mental
fucked
attitude.
up.
Did you ever
What do you think?
consider what would have
We
happened
got
if
really
these
fucked up.
substances were given to, say, unwitting people?
He's all fucked up right now.
I don't remember
Yeah,
having
he looks like-
considered that specifically.
What if you... I trust perhaps you've thought about it.
Well, I haven't worried about it. Your question again, what would I have thought had I known that
Any of these substances would
have been given to
unwitting persons?
You mean a hostile agent of another government?
No, I mean
think that was probably
I mean,
one of the things they had in mind.
testing it out on...
Oh, wow.
Really now?
Jeez.
I guess I must seem very, very cold-blooded about that.
Yeah.
I don't recall ever having been very much preoccupied with that issue.
Yeah, buddy.
Drugs were tested in this way.
Yikes.
A decision was made at the highest levels of the CIA to do testing on unwitting Americans. As one CIA document says, such testing would be operationally realistic. A former CIA official who worked on these programs describes for the first time how the decision was made. He did not wish to be filmed or recorded. Thus, his remarks are read by someone else.
I think every last one of us felt sorry to attempt this kind of thing. We knew we were crossing the line. Every decent kid knows he shouldn't steal, but he does it sometimes. We knew damn well we didn't want anyone else to know what we were doing.
The decision was made to do testing on unwitting victims. It was decided they should be on the fringes of society because they were most vulnerable.
It was the borderline underworld. Prostitutes, drug addicts, and other small-timers who would be powerless to seek any kind of revenge in case they found out.
And as their predecessors had a decade earlier, the CIA turned to George White for help. White was now a high-ranking narcotics official, and by this time, the stories about George White were legendary.
So the waiter says, "You may help you, monsieur?" And George White was busy talking with me. I paid no attention to the waiter, so the waiter tapped him on the shoulder, says, "May I help you, monsieur?" George White turned around, whipped his gun out, and stuck it in the guy's face like this in this crowded restaurant.
George White did not
Psychos.
mind bending the law, and he knew the street well. He was the ideal choice for what the CIA had in mind.
We were Ivy League, white, middle class. We were naive, totally naive about this, and he felt pretty expert. He knew the whores, the pimps, the people who brought in the drugs.
White set up so-called safe houses for the CIA in New York, here in Greenwich Village, and later in San Francisco, in this hotel, and in an apartment atop Telegraph Hill with a commanding view of San Francisco Bay. While the existence of these safe houses was disclosed last year, details of what took place within them has not been told. A former CIA official who worked in the safe houses reveals that they were used not only for drug testing, but to study sexual behavior and how it could be used to manipulate people.
We did quite a study of prostitutes and their behavior. How do you take a woman who is willing to use her body to get money out of a guy to get him to talk about things which are much more important, like state secrets?
Wow.
We learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom. We started to pick up knowledge that could be used in operations.
There would be victims in all of this, but as the agency knew, they couldn't fight back. Some entries from George White's diaries. Clarice gets horrors. Janet, sky high. As one agency memo says, we have no answer to the moral question. The safe houses were not the only testing grounds. Millions of dollars would be spent on LSD research at universities throughout the country. And word would begin to spread on campus about this so-called mind-blowing drug. And suddenly, there was the counterculture of the 60s.
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
Dr. Timothy Leary, the 1960s Johnny Appleseed of LSD.
The CIA funded and supported and encouraged hundreds of young psychiatrists to experiment with this drug. The fallout from that was that the young psychologists began taking it themselves, discovering that it was an intelligence-enhancing, consciousness-raising experience.
I know that some of the studies in which the CIA had supported used as subjects people who later became strong proselytizers of LSD. So, in that sense, yes, I think it did sustain the perpetuation of the use of the drug. And it's rather ironic, isn't it?
The counter case that I would make in relationship to that is to remember that the people who were doing the research were people who would be doing the research regardless of who was the sponsor. I don't think anybody working in that time in the remotest ever thought that it would blow up into the kind of thing that it did.
History will judge the role of the CIA and other intelligence agencies in unwittingly contributing to the counterculture of the 60s through their intense interest in LSD and other hallucinogenics. But for the moment at least,
Oh no.
the argument can be made
on
that the
YouTube.
CIA helped usher in the age of Aquarius.
ABC News Close-Up will continue in a moment.
So yeah, get the gist of it, the story up to that point. This next part of the story is about the Esalen Institute. The Esalen Institute is a resort in Big Sur, California, which is on the Pacific northern coast of California. Very beautiful place, very nice place. Some rich hippie in the 60s inherited his family's property. It was just an open public resort, and he turned it into a think tank hangout area where people, philosophers, writers, the big thinkers of the time were invited there. They did LSD, had orgies, stuff like that, and compromised these people possibly in some way in order to push the New Age agenda, pro-government agenda. So this guy here, so this is a good little explanation of what the Esalen Institute is.
A few years ago, David Bramwell's girlfriend left him for someone she described as younger but more mature. She also said he was self-centered and too wrapped up in his own projects. To get over the heartache, David set himself another project, to go off in search of utopia. He spent a year visiting some of the world's most inspiring communities, and along the way encountered anarchists, singing plants, a dominatrix-run kingdom, the eighth wonder of the world, and a fully functioning time machine. He came back a changed man and wrote a very funny book about it.
It's come up
but
a lot
exactly
lately.
where and what are these extraordinary places?
Start out with an imagined telephone conversation with her mother. During this telephone conversation, she makes plenty of fun of her mother's, quote, stupidity, unquote. At the same time, you get quite a nice impression of what's going on in Esalen and how easy it's misunderstood.
Big Sur, 74 miles of stunning coastline situated between San Francisco and LA on the west coast of America. And in the 1950s, a bohemian hangout, popularized by such writers as Jack Kerouac, Lawrence Durrell, and Henry Miller. Slap bang in the middle of Big Sur, Esalen Hot Springs, perched on the cliffs, overlooking the stunning Pacific Ocean. Since the beginning of the 20th century, Esalen Hot Springs have been owned by the Murphy family, and in the late 1950s, they decided to hand over the whole enterprise to their young son, Michael Murphy, who was just out of college. Full of the pioneering spirit of youth and getting into the beatnik scene, young Michael Murphy had also been inspired by LA's newest resident, the writer Aldous Huxley. Huxley been going around college campuses saying that what the world needed right then was a center for developing human potentiality. Michael Murphy saw this as his calling. He'd convert the family hot springs into a place to explore the nascent new age. The only problem was these guys, biker gangs. In the evening, Esalen is overrun with them. They're all turning up there to use the hot springs for orgies and drug binges. They're not going to take too kindly to being asked to make way for a yoga class. And so Michael Murphy employs for himself a caretaker, a guy barely out of his teens who's a young, aspiring writer with a gun fetish and a bad attitude. His name is Hunter S. Thompson. After several unsuccessful and life-threatening altercations with the bikers, Murphy and Hunter S. Thompson decide on a full frontal assault, and they organize a bizarre posse of locals. Kim Novak and her boyfriend who live in the area, a young singer called Joan Baez and her partner, the elderly Henry Miller, and of course Hunter S. Thompson and Michael Murphy. Despite having a pack of Doberman dogs and an arsenal of weapons between them, the posse are terrified, except for Hunter S. Thompson, who's stoned out of his skull. But as they're heading down to confront the bikers, the dogs begin to emit an ungodly howl, which could be heard as far as Utah as the two males begin to fight over the bitch. By the time the group approach the hot springs, the bikers have cleared off, fearing they're about to be attacked from a pack of hounds from hell. Well, at least that's how the founders of Esalen like to recount that story. And so Murphy's now free to set up his dream, a center for developing human potentialities, running courses and activities there. He invites along the historian, Alan Toynbee, psychologist, Abraham Maslow, grumpy German therapist, Fritz Perl, who pioneered Gestalt therapy, the self-styled philosopher entertainer, Alan Watts, author of The Way of Zen, Buckminster Fuller, creator of the Geodesic Dome, Joseph Campbell, author of Hero with 1,000 Faces. Courses run daily, ranging from interpersonal intelligence to value your psychotic experience. By the mid-1960s, Esalen has become incredibly popular. People are going there to explore groundbreaking therapies such as primal scream and take part in classes such as Tai Chi and meditation and yoga. Some critics denounce Esalen, claiming it propagates individualism and selfishness. They coin the phrase me generation to describe what they see as rampant narcissism. By the mid-80s, Esalen's reputation has spread so far that it's been visited regularly by high-ranking Russian diplomats. And apparently one afternoon, in a hot tub, when they're there with a bunch of other high-ranking US diplomats, and there's some activity going on that breaks the ice between these two factions, this is the moment in which the Cold War ended. Or at least, that's how Esalen's founders like to tell the story. So look, nowadays we take it for granted that we can walk down a local newsagent's and there'll be an advert there for a yoga class or meditation or Tai Chi or something. But it was only a few decades ago that such things in many parts of the West would have been considered weird, subversive, even dangerous. Esalen was the epicenter for the whole self-help popular psychology movement, which has exploded since the 1960s. And one thing I forgot to mention, Esalen is paradise on earth. If you go there, you'll find that it's situated amongst a giant redwood forest where there's butterflies and hummingbirds, and you sit in those hot tubs perched on the cliffs overlooking the shimmering Pacific Ocean, watching otters and dolphins and whales. The company there is extraordinary. The food is incredible. The climate is perfect. For a while, I thought I'd found paradise on earth at Esalen, but I was cautioned one night in a hot tub by one of the long-term residents who said to me, "Don't stay here too long, David. Don't end up like half the old bastards who set this place up and used to teach here." I said, "Why not?" And he said, "Look around you. All of this beauty and the good life, can't you guess? They all drank themselves to death." So what did I learn? Well, firstly, that I came close to finding my paradise on earth, but then was I guilty of falling in love with a spiritual holiday park? And secondly, I developed a bit of an unhealthy obsession with hot tubs, so much so that I've actually had architectural plans drawn up for a hot tub community in my hometown of Brighton. If you want to know more about that, then I suggest you should read the number 9 Buster Utopia. Sorry, just a minute. Hello? A crisis at Esalen? What kind of crisis? Someone's nicked all of the plugs for the hot tubs. Well, why don't you just replace them? Well, when did they stop making?
So yeah, kind of a weird place. Kind of like a ideal place to co-opt people, an ideal place to form a fake community, and get followers of that community. And they weren't just inviting normal people out there. They were inviting, you know, actors and writers and movie stars and all kinds of stuff like that. All the people that are influencers from the past.
More
yeah, we'll get into it more. Yeah. The next, and now we're going to go in. So Matthew, here comes Matthew North. Matthew North is a researcher, was a young researcher. Rest in peace. I believe he was 21 or 22 when he did this video. Very deep dive, very in depth, kind of connecting the dots from the 1980 video we just watched to how that made an impact on everyone today and how that made an impact and who it made an impact through. This video was taken down by YouTube and was banned pretty much everywhere he put it. It got a lot of views. It got him a lot of attention, and he was found dead in his car. Mysterious circumstances. I can't quite remember. I don't know if there was like no weapon there or something like that, but there was some heavily mysterious circumstances behind his passing. And this video ended up being one of the bigger videos on my YouTube. I think it got close to 8,000 views. It got loads and loads and loads and loads of comments. Way more comments than any other video I had on YouTube, I think. But it got a lot of 236 likes. It's a big deal. And yeah, so we're going to watch it.
All right. So this is a presentation that I've wanted to do for about a year now. I'm glad I'm finally getting around to doing it. So yeah, let's just get into it. I wanted to start by mentioning some of Joe Rogan's sponsors. This is going to be the theme of this presentation, is the corporate and cultural agendas that Joe Rogan is involved in. Now, this is the type of information that's not fun to research yourself. It's just better if someone presents it. So that's what I'm going to be doing. If you haven't yet, check out the work of Jan Irvin. He's a vet. He's been doing this forever. He was involved with Joe Rogan early on. He's actually the guy who gave him DMT originally. And he was offered positions. So he understands how this works, and he's covered it very well. Also, Jesse Spots. I would like to recommend his playlist for the intellectual dark web. He does some great research. Please check that out. I'm going to touch on the intellectual dark web a little bit. This is the rising centrist movement we see in this country, right? Trump is a monkey wrench, a chaos agent for a new, brave new world, a centrist movement, a unifying movement. All right, so let's start with Rogan's sponsors. So Cash App is a big one. Jones mentioned that. Okay, the Jack Dorsey connection, and then everybody that followed. So this has been covered at nauseum, so I'm not going to really focus on Cash App and Dorsey, but there are some that people looked over. So like 23andMe, this is a big one, directly sponsoring Rogan's podcast. So 23andMe is co-founded and owned by Anne Wojcicki, the Jewess. Okay, Anne is the sister of Susan Wojcicki, the Jewess, who is the CEO of YouTube. I'm sure you're all familiar with her. And Anne was formerly married to Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google. Okay, so you should be aware of the 23andMe database system, the whole agenda with that. Rogan used to try to be slick with it, and he would just be like, "Oh yeah, you should do the 23andMe because they tell you all your health risks," and he would promote it. That's how his podcast works. Every other sentence in his podcast is a corporate plug or a cultural plug, a cultural agenda or a corporate agenda. For example, he'll mention some pasta that he gets from Italy and acts like he just likes the product. No, he's getting paid to do that. That's how his podcast works. Okay, people need to understand that. And his influence is beyond anything we've ever seen. His podcast is so influential because of its base in Los Angeles, and then also it spreads everywhere else. So you can set the trends in Los Angeles, and they spread everywhere else. And that's exactly what we see going on with Rogan. He is by far the most crucial asset
carnivore diet
age at this point in time. Okay, and then another person who sits on the board and is high level in 23andMe is Esther Dyson. Now I want to highlight her because of her involvement in commercial and privatized space, which is a common theme we see running through these Rogan Jones type networks.
Yep.
Okay. So as of early 2007, Dyson describes herself as spending more and more time on the private aviation and commercial space startups. Also in healthcare and genetics. Dyson is a founding member of Space Angels Networks and is invested in XCOR Constellation Services, Zero G, Icon Aircraft Space Adventures, and Mars One. Now, Mars One is a well-known scam. And I want you to think about how long commercial and privatized space has been in the conversation, right? There's a news article for it, at least once a week that somebody's taking the step for commercial space. And for decades, we've seen this. Richard Branson, et cetera, Elon Musk. What do we see come out of it? Nothing, because it's a scam. Now, it would be easier for you to understand this if you understand the scam that NASA is. Now, if you're completely unaware of that or unfamiliar with that subject, email me.
Never a straight answer.
At gmail.com. But I will send you proof and evidence that NASA is a scam, scamming $52 million a day from the laughingstock of the world, U.S. taxpayers. Okay, so that's a common theme, again, is commercial and privatized space that we see running through these networks. It's my contention that they're essentially funnels for that money to be funneled into other movements and other agendas, i.e. an information age asset like Joe Rogan. So let's move on to Elon Musk. Now, I believe, although Elon is not listed as a sponsor, he is a sponsor. And here's why I think that.
From Colorado.
But I did just get a Tesla. So I'm supporting the podcast.
Okay, did you hear that? Okay, he said, I did just
from Colorado.
But I did just get a Tesla. So I'm supporting the podcast.
I did just get a Tesla, so I'm supporting the podcast. How does that follow? Buying a Tesla supports Joe Rogan's podcast. Is Elon Musk subsidizing Rogan's podcast for an agenda? for propaganda purposes? Absolutely. Absolutely. And we saw this demonstrated with the securing funded when Elon smoked the blunt, when he hit the backwood on Rogan's podcast. That was them manipulating stock prices. That was completely fake. And there were plenty of YouTube videos that I posted in my community section, articles, but they all got scrubbed because Rogan has that much access and influence. They all got scrubbed. So a lot of people don't understand that when Elon Musk tweets funding secure at 420, and then he gets up there and puffs on the blunt, that was them manipulating stock prices. Provably them manipulating stock prices. That's what was going on there. That was fake. Joe Rogan's podcast is the realest fake thing you'll ever see. It's very scripted. It's very corporatized. And there's an agenda behind almost everything he does on that podcast. But it seems organic. But it's not. It's not. He'll also do things like, oh, what's that square state? How do they end up with a perfectly square state, acting like he doesn't know what Wyoming is? He's been to Wyoming. He understands what Wyoming is. He knows what that state is. But he acts like he doesn't for that interaction with his audience. So his audience can be like, oh, it's Wyoming, Joe, you idiot. He understands that. That interaction that he's getting with his audience is getting them engaged. It's that sophisticated. It's that controlled. He's looking for that engagement. Okay? And that's kind of a point that Jones made when he was on the podcast last time, which is a point I've been making for over a year now. And I have emails to prove that. But also, Joe Rogan with Elon Musk, the Neuralink, which he's been promoting, right? The brain lace. This is an agenda that he was promoting long before Elon Musk came out with the Neuralink. Now we're seeing this all over now. We're seeing brain chips, all this idea promoted everywhere. Where did it start? Who was the cultural change agent that originally started pushing this out into the collective unconscious, if you will? Well, Joe did. So let's listen to this from a recent podcast, 2019.
That used to hang around.
I think the cure is mind reading. And I think we're going to accept that cure. Because, Elon is working on some sort of neural link thing.
It's the only way we'll know if someone's telling the truth.
We're going to have it. I think it's good. We're going to accept it, and we're going to give in. And we're going to we're going to be able to I'll take it another step further. I think they're going to create a universal language. I've been thinking about this a lot. I think there's going to be a universal language that probably is augmented reality, some augmented reality language of shapes or something,
some kind of symbolism.
Symbols.
Something that we agree to. And we're probably not going to accept it because we're old. We're like, fuck this.
Next generation.
Our kids, maybe even our kids' kids are going to be the first people to adopt it. And then it's going to be universal worldwide. And with augmented reality and some sort of ability to interact with each other through bandwidth.
I remember through bandwidth. Okay, so it's going to happen. You notice that it's inevitable. No matter what, this is going to happen. You're going to accept it. So let's listen to this from 2014. How was Joe aware of this agenda years ago, 5+ years ago? How was he aware of this? Why was he promoting this idea? Because he's been working with these circles for a long time.
I think that one of the things that's coming out with technology is access to information, and access to information, not just current information, but maybe even future, like the ability to read minds, to read thoughts, to read.
Okay. So let's finish this up from the same podcast, finishing on that thought.
Technological symbiotic relationship takes place to the point where we essentially our memories, especially, right? They're pretty piss poor.
Right.
But if we can turn our memories into some digital archive that you can access at will, then we're going to know, I'm going to look in your head and I'm going to know what's going on. I'm going to be able to tap into it. We'll be connected the same way we're connected with Wi-Fi. The same way our cell phones are connected through the cellular network, there'll be some sort of a network of information exchange between all people. And if that's the case, deception will be almost impossible.
Right.
Motivations will be crystal clear. And you're going to know who's full of shit. It's going to be a fucking bad day for a lot of it.
Okay. So, again, promoting that agenda for a long time now. Let's move on here. Again, saying it's inevitable.
That was Elon's other thing that he said on the podcast. You're already a cyborg. You have a phone. It's not in your body, but it's something you're holding on to.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
You ever
coming.
read
It's voluntary cyborg.
Did you guys read Third Wave years ago? Was that a book you ever got
No.
into?
No.
That was the prediction of all this.
Really?
Yeah, and it's in the early 80s. And it was prediction. And the one thing Third Wave predicted was that.
Okay, so we have Third Wave mentioned there, which Jones also mentioned on his recent podcast. Now, that's very interesting to me, and this is a common theme in my life. That is something that I was researching long ago, and that I was going to include in this regardless, and other things. Let me pull this up here. Third Wave, information overload. Okay, future shock. Okay, now Toffler, Alvin Toffler, the guy who wrote this, is involved with the Revolution and Military Affairs crew, the future Soviet warfare theory pushers within our own countries. Okay, the people that are involved in the New York, Moscow, Tel Aviv triangle. Those who have infiltrated the highest institutions in our country and have subverted them for the East's benefit, for Israel's benefit, and via the back door into the West, Israel, for Russia's benefit, for China's benefit. Okay, so I want you to look at the date here. This is from my notes on my other computer, June 7th, 2018. I have never heard this mentioned by any other researcher, anything. This is something I found my own on Wikipedia and included it into my research. Now, all of a sudden, recently, it's being mentioned on Joe Rogan's podcast. I find that very interesting. So Toffler coined the term future shock to refer to what happens to a society when a change happens too fast, which results in social confusion and normal decision-making process breaks down. He continued the theme in Third Wave, 1980, when he describes the first and second wave as agricultural industrial revolutions. The third wave, a phrase he coined, represents the current information computer-based revolution. Now remember, this was in 1980. He forecasts the spread of the internet and email, interactive media, cable television, cloning, and other digital advancements. He claimed that one of the side effects of the digital age has been information overload, another term he has coined. Okay, so information overload or information apocalypse, as Steve Pieczenik referred to it in his novels, is what we're living through right now. So information overload, too much information, there has to be a solution. Problem, reaction, solution. Chaos, order out of chaos. That's exactly what we're seeing. And the solution for them is a brave new world. That is the agenda here. The centrist brave new world agenda. So let's move on to, well, okay, so it's the bigger plan. Let's do this. It's the bigger plan. Let's listen to what Jones has to say about the bigger plan.
Wow. Today, we're going to have Zach on, who's just a really smart guy and a great source, and really already tells me things that I already basically know from other sources, but he likes to come on the show, and we like to have him on the show. And he knows Elon Musk, and he knows Louis Farrakhan, a lot of other folks that behind the scenes have been reached out to and basically have been resonating with, especially if you talk about somebody like Elon Musk with the bigger plan. Now, what is the bigger plan?
That's a good question, Jones. What is the bigger plan? No, I'll finish up with Zach here once I move on to the next sponsor. Zach is friends with both Rogan and Jones, as well as Elon Musk and others. He's the one who set up the whole Kanye West situation. Let's listen to this clip real quick.
Yeah, I'm hoping that having him in office is that the whole thing was such a clusterfuck and that so many people are so disturbed that it's going to make people more politically active and more aware of the consequences of having someone like that in office.
Yeah, and actually, weirdly, unifying.
Yeah.
Because
weirdly unifying. chaos, order out of chaos. I have clips of Jones as well saying that Trump was a monkey wrench thrown into the system to create chaos, because you can create order out of chaos. So unifying, a centrist unifying movement that gives you miracles, gives you new plant-based solutions, gives you new solutions to big pharma, gives you new solutions in technology. It sounds wonderful, but they're used as methods of control for further enslavement for a brave new world. That's why this needs to be highlighted, and the change agents involved in this agenda need to be highlighted and hammered on. Okay, so let's move on to the next sponsor here, which Jones made veiled threats at right here on it. Aubrey Marcus and Joe Rogan. Now, when Jones was referencing DMT cults in Austin, he was referencing working with Pentagon and DARPA. He was referencing on it and who on it's associated with. Now, I knew the whole situation with Jones wasn't authentic from the beginning. I knew that threatening on it was a legitimately Jones putting pressure on Rogan, and having Jan Irving on was actually him putting pressure on Rogan. But I knew he would never go anywhere. He was doing it because he was pissed at him. He was doing it because of the Soros talking points. But as we'll get into here in a second, Joe was so deeply involved with Soros that, you know, come on, Jones. So I knew it wasn't going to go anywhere, is my point. I knew that these are overlapping networks, like a Venn diagram, overlapping, that this would not end up going anywhere. So let's get into on it here. So this is a Reddit post from 3 years ago. Whoever put this together did a good job of highlighting the shell companies that Aubrey's dad was involved in. So we're going to see mafia connections here, corporate connections here, and Pentagon connections here. Those are the big three that are operating these networks. So the true history of On It, originally founded by Aubrey Marcus's Texas oil man father, Michael Marcus, and originally formulated by Aubrey's stepmother, Janet Zand, an acupuncturist. So let's go ahead and read this. Michael Marcus, father of Aubrey Marcus. Michael Marcus is a commodities trader who in less than 20 years reputed to have turned his initial $30,000 into $80 million. Notably missing from that Wikipedia page is how Michael Marcus made his millions in oil and gas. Aubrey Marcus's dad, Michael P. Marcus, named a business Coffee Exchange, Inc., which he later changed to Touchstone Resources. And then he again changed to Cygnus Oil and Gas, which owns working interests in approximately 13 oil and gas projects in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Alabama, and New Zealand. Okay, so are we seeing a common theme here? Are we smelling shell companies? Aubrey Marcus's dad, Michael P. Marcus, started another business named All American Burger, which he changed to Bexy Communications, which he again changed to Sherney Energy. What is Sherney Energy? Sherney Energy is a billion-dollar oil company. Aubrey Marcus's dad started another business named Expressions Graphic Inc., which he again changed to Continental Southern Resources, which he again changed to Endeavor International Corporation, another oil company which ended up screwing investors out of their money. Scams for agendas. So Aubrey Marcus was a trust fund kid with millions of dollars from his dad, Michael Marcus's oil business to play around with. He's a non-entity, a mouthpiece, and would have been forever known as the guy who invented nail polish for men, which, by the way, he did, and he called it Alpha. That was the marketing there. So, and then the fleshlight that came from On It, Joe Rogan's co-founders of On It with Aubrey.
Pretty
now,
whack,
On It's
bro.
huge with their connections, which we're going to get into here in a minute.
It's pretty whack, bro.
The flashlight, there's a whole agenda with that. I'm not going to get into that, but that's his initial, hawking product on his podcast, just being a complete sellout, just all about the money, right? He acts like he actually cares about people. He acts like he actually cares about the world. No, he's all about money and his own personal interests. Okay? So let's move on to some interesting things about Aubrey here. So this is a good article to read. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu competitor Travis Nueza made bizarre accusations that Onnit's CEO blocked him from EBI competition. Now, why did he block him? BJJ competitor Travis is claiming that the CEO and founder Aubrey Marcus pressured him for a sexual relationship. Travis claims that once he declined his pay for working at Onnit was drastically cut, and that Aubrey blocked him from competing at the Eddie Bravo Invitational. Now, Eddie's involved in this agenda as well. Eddie is propped up because he is so bad at explaining conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories, quote unquote, is so bad at it that it actually has the opposite effect. Mm-hmm. Okay? He's involved in all kinds of conspiracies himself. Okay, he's embedded in this network as well. Eddie Bravo knew about Elon Musk a long time ago, years ago. He also knew about Jones's relationship with Musk and the whole agenda that's unfolding here. Okay, Aubrey Marcus is a homosexual. I also have clips of, well, I don't have the clips, but I could go get them. Joe, I'm sure many of you know, recently Joe has been talking about how it is common knowledge that within the martial arts community, men are pressured to sleep with higher ups to get in positions. He's been saying that recently. Okay, that's absolutely true. Now, you're trying to tell me this man is not a homosexual. He's absolutely a homosexual. These guys are switch hitters. Now, he has a wife who looks like a man. There's probably a reason for that, but that's what's going on here. So let's get into Aubrey's bio a little bit here. Let me play these clips first, because this is, like I said, Jones could have buried Onnit simply. Jones could have buried Rogan simply with Onnit, but he chose not to. Why? Because he was always there. He was always involved. He always has known what's going on. So let's watch a couple of these clips here.
Oh, yeah, look around. Hey, Aubrey. Aubrey needs to hire Olivia over there at a high salary. I'm going to hire her away.
You can't. I just brought her in for an interview. You can't take her in the first hour. No. Give me a chance.
On the bones of what?
No. No, you want to work here. This is cool. We can just carry on the stories over here. We're going to be working together. It's almost happened a couple times already.
We're going to be working together. Now, Jones is obviously coked up in this podcast. Anytime you come around these Onnit connected, Maps connected, people that are researching drugs for corporate and government agendas, they seem to have a steady supply that you can guess where it's coming from. Now, Jones has said he's going to be working with Onnit. That's interesting. Let's watch this one.
Want to hear some more? Uh-huh. Here, let's do the voice from heavy metal. My evil extends across all time, all galaxies, all dimensions. A green jewel. Look into me one last time.
Strong. I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is.
Great. Now we're having
Darth Vader. That's still Darth Vader?
I am here to tell you the secret of the Lochnar is on it. It is the Alpha Brain. I've OD'd on Alpha Brain and found Valhalla. No need for ayahuasca. But the nemesis,
Bill Hicks,
has arrived. A little plugging now.
Brain Force. Now, Jones actually modeled Brain Force after Alpha Power. It's the same formulation. It's the same product. Actually, and Jones's supplement structure is based off on it as well. He's doing a lot of the same things, where there's a lot of shady things going on in that aspect of it. So let's move on to this last clip here.
It's so crazy.
In fact, Shane Steiner.
Let me mention real fast that the He mentioned the Lochnar. I kept it in there for a reason. Lochnar from Heavy Metal, that movie. It's actually very good. And it's an allegory. The Lochnar is Lucifer, the green light. And it's interesting to me that he associated on it with Lucifer. Just an interesting statement there.
You Bill Hicks.
Shane Steiner.
Are you Bill Hicks?
Where's Shane Steiner? Let's bring.
Now, I didn't want to include this part in here, but I had to get this clip. Every time Jones is around, people from On It, these corporate people, Hollywood people, comedians, they always call him Bill Hicks. Now he's going to call a guy named Shane Steiner in here.
Bring him in here. I went to freaking high school with this guy. We had Texas Monthly call me about a year ago.
How could you say some? How could you
Texas Monthly called me about a year ago.
Right when Bill Hicks died.
And they said, and see, that's the crazy conspiracy.
Now, what Eddie's doing there, how could you say someone, and people believe it? He's saying that there's a reason that conspiracy has legs. If you understand how he works, he's saying there's a reason, and notice how uncomfortable these people get. There's a reason he's saying that. There's a reason the conspiracy has traction. There's a reason people believe it. There's a reason I believe that. Okay?
Terry doesn't mean you can just make up whatever you want in like the world's fiction.
Does he look like him?
And Shane Steiner, I look nothing like him. And they say I'm 60 years old. Did Shane leave? Yeah.
See, he's diverting.
Hey, let's get Shane. This is a cool guy. This is the guy that got me in here because he told me.
Oh, look, the fight companion.
Shane, they just asked me about.
Now, Shane is the person who got Jones in there. Now, Shane Steiner is a Hollywood guy, a musician, very well connected, and seems to be the only person that Jones went to high school with, and also looks a whole hell of a lot younger than Jones. But I want to highlight that point because Shane got him in there. Shane, according to Alex Jones, and I have the timestamp, I just have to go back to the GCN archives and get it since all of his YouTube records were scrubbed. But on 05/25, 2018, at around 1 hour and 21 minutes. Now, that's going to be different because of the commercial breaks from the live stream. Jones claimed that Shane Steiner comes from the Dixie Mafia. His family is Dixie Mafia. So again, Mafia, corporate, Pentagon. That's who's dictating these circles. So let's finish up with Aubrey's bio here. Aubrey Marcus is the founder and CEO of On It, a lifestyle brand based on holistic health philosophy he calls total human optimization. On It is an Inc. 500 company and an industry leader with products optimizing millions of lives, including many of the top professional athletes around the world. He regularly provides commentary to outlets like The Entrepreneur, Forbes, The Doctors, and the Joe Rogan Experience. If you ask Aubrey what cause he is most passionate about, it is raising awareness for psychedelic medicine, psychedelic medicine or plant-based medicine through organizations like MAPS and the Hefner Institute. He's a 20-year native of Austin where he currently resides. MAPS and the Hefner Institute. Now, before I move into MAPS and Hefner, I want to play this for you real quick and get you asking yourself a question here.
Hi, for Tim Kennedy. I think you know what I think.
I tried to take you down.
It's the drugs.
Oh fuck! Did we do drugs then?
Yeah, we did. We did DMT.
Was that the?
That was the next day,
that was
bro. That's
really?
so emotional.
Wait. Are you sure?
Yeah, I went through it. I'm like, why was I crying like that?
That's interesting.
Hey, hold up. Could not stop crying.
So Brennan and I did
DMT.
We did a DMT trip. We didn't know what we did.
I said, I can't believe it.
By the way, what is he doing with his hand here? Why is this guy always rubbing on himself?
You guys did that.
Dude, we didn't even know.
I would do it right now.
I would do it in a heartbeat. We didn't know it's what ayahuasca is. We didn't know what to expect. I'm into psychedelics now. I haven't done it, but I want to do acid next. Listen, if you're young and listening to this, don't. I'm 52.
No, DMT. On acid, I'm not.
I don't advocate drugs for anybody who's young. Okay, but if you're an adult, it's up to you. But
DMT was awesome.
DMT. So I'm not a drug guy, right? I never
was a drug guy.
Never cocaine, not even weed, right? Not really a boozer. So
Love
we
titties.
find out we're gonna be invited. We're invited to this quote unquote ceremony by a shaman who will remain nameless. And Brent and I
Aubrey Marcus.
Yeah,
What were you saying?
And Brent and I look at each other. We're like, are we gonna do this? I'm not gonna.
So I don't want to bore you with the rest of that clip, but they go on to say they smoke DMT. Now, this is in America that they're doing this. How are these people getting away with giving people DMT in these cults and these self-help DMT cults? How are they getting away with doing this in America illegally? Ask yourself that question. It's illegal, but they can get out of.
It looks a lot like what they were doing at Esalen, but just spread out to more people.
Podcast to talk about it and send people in that direction. I want to finish up here. Let's I guess I'll mention on the fake beef. Now, I started putting this together, and this was always going to be my opinion on it. Like I said, there was two things Jones did, threatening on it and having Jan on, that were legitimate. But clips like this always were ringing in my memory. People have said,
but Elon Musk is a patriot. Assange is a patriot. And I can tell you right now that Musk is a fan of yours. I could tell you the same way. Maybe you didn't know who I was back then, but Farrakhan was a fan of yours. The problem is Elon Musk has picked his side. He's in with DOD. But
today we're going to have Zach on, who's just really scenes have somebody like Elon Musk with the bigger plan. Now, what is the bigger plan? I mean, you told me you'll soon see Kanye at the White House. You said that.
By the way, Zach is the one who was behind the whole Kanye West situation. And I was the only one that took him seriously. That's how I was able to predict the Kanye West situation long before anybody else did, because I listened to what this guy had to say. Now, everybody thought he was too young. Everybody thought he wasn't anything, that he was just some kid, on a Navy ship somewhere calling in. No, this guy's involved. This guy has been involved with Psywar for a long time. Now he currently resides at Space Command, former CENTCOM. He was involved with the Fort Hood shooting. He worked with Voice of America as a victim Muslim. He also worked with CARE as a double agent. Okay.
Culture will speak, and you've not predicted. You know a lot of what's coming and what's going to be unfolding.
First of all, I've had some conversations out there in those hills out there in Calabasas with Joe Rogan. With Joe Rogan.
And Zach's a great source of really interesting information, and I know who he is, who his identity is, and some of the things he's done behind the scenes and things that have unfolded. And so he is who he says he is. He does do what he says he's doing, and I can confirm some of the stuff he's been up to out in Las Vegas and out in Florida and out in L.A. as well. L.A. as well.
Okay, so he also knows Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, and Alex Jones. So we're having a military guy go in between these guys and is kind of dictating which directions they go in, possibly, or influencing them in some way or another. But that was something that was always in my head. These people can't really dislike each other, or they can dislike each other, but they can't really attack each other because they're involved in the same networks. They're Pentagon assets for the information age, as well as corporate assets. And then this is from The Fight. This is something that I don't think anybody picked up on. 99.9% of the listeners did not pick up on what he was saying here, but I did.
You're the bitch, and you get ready for it. That's how this works, Pilgrim.
That's how this works, Pilgrim. What does that mean? Pilgrim. Well, the Pilgrim Society is a British intelligence front. Now, remember, with the intelligence community, it's a giant spider web with Israel at the center of it. But the Pilgrim Society is something that all the early MK Ultra guys were involved in. Halpern, all those people coming out of the Pilgrim Society or associated with the Pilgrim Society, Alan Watts, all the MK Ultra people, all those cultural 60s change agents were coming out of there. Now, this is something where I think I would see an overlap with these two, because Jones is surrounded by British intelligence. Example, Ted Malloch, total MI6. But again, you would see this is like a Venn diagram, and you have these overlapping networks that they're both involved in. And then let's finish it off. This is also from the beef that was going on.
So just stop acting like you don't. We have a State of the Union coming up. Let's finish up this clip.
Fill in the blank, whatever ridiculous conspiracy. The Rothschilds, the fucking Rockefellers, whatever it is. I'm not talking about that because the government threatened my family.
Sorry, let's.
So just stop acting like you don't. We have a State of the Union coming up. Let's finish up this clip.
Fill in the blank, whatever ridiculous conspiracy. The Rothschilds, the fucking Rockefellers, whatever it is. I'm not talking about that because the government threatened my family. That is fucking wrong. It's ridiculous. And now you put it out there. So
hey, pause again.
Hey, I have a question for Mr. Rogan here. Is it ridiculous because the Rockefellers fund maps, which fund you? Is it ridiculous for that reason? I mean, are the Rockefellers not real? Do they not have a track record of funding destructive, subversive movements within this country for their own benefit? Is that why it's ridiculous, Joe? So we'll get into maps here in a second and explain to you exactly what it is. But this is when when these maps people came around, Dennis McKenna, etc., when they came around, Joe stopped front loading his podcast with ads. This is when he became ad free. So let's watch this real quick.
And just press the music. Let's just go right with music.
Right. By the way, Jamie's struggling. I'm going to get into Jamie later, but Jamie seems to always struggle especially for a podcast at that level.
We have no commercials today. I like it.
Oh, that's great.
We're commercial free, ladies and gentlemen. We're brought to you by the universe.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very special episode. Podcast sponsorship free. Dennis McKenna and Josh Wickerham. Josh is from the Ethnobotanical Stewardship Council. You were one of the founders of this.
That's right.
And what exactly is that?
Okay, Maps Associate. Podcast sponsor free, a very special episode. They're not sponsor free. Joe is surrounded by maps. Joe promotes maps, and Joe is funded by maps. Okay, and maps is corporate. Maps is a cultural change, a cultural shift, and there's an entire CIA MK Ultra agenda behind it. Now, if you don't understand the history of the cultural MK Ultra movements, please look into Jan Irving and his research. He's done such a wonderful job at laying it all out and getting all the evidence out there. That's what this is. Okay, so let's go back to these. Maps is Rockefeller funded. Rockefeller funded again for Maps website. The David Rockefeller family concludes to the obituary, encouraging people to honor Richard Rockefeller's memory by contributing nonprofit organizations, including Maps. Okay, Rockefellers, backed by such private donors as this is Hefner, which is it's synonymous with Maps, and published via Maps, where they were doing the ayahuasca, the DMT studies, the Rick Strassman, all the studies that Rogan references are Maps or Hefner studies. Okay, backed by such private donors as Lawrence Rockefeller and Bob Walsh, and a Microsoft millionaire, which is Steve Wozniak, and this is easily provable by his association with things like Esalen, which we'll get into, and in the counterculture agenda. The Institute is financing clinical trials with LSD, psilocybin, and other hallucinogenics. Okay, and then they say to treat phobias, depression, excessive, whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's just to get funding. there's other reasons and other agendas for this. So let me just state right now for those of you who don't understand my position on this. I have no issue with people being able to own whatever substance they want, to being able to ingest whatever substance they want, especially when it's a plant or natural substance. I have no issue with that. People should be able to do that. Now, I start to have an issue with it when it's being used as a corporate tool, a tool of control, because that's what's going on here. I offer you plant-based medicines, alternatives, but it's a corporate tool. Now, there's more to that. So the value with working with the system, this is the founder of MAPS, Mr. Doblin, coming from a Jewish family. Red flag. Now, again, this is another common thread, which, as to be expected, the Jewish influence in it, the Jewish ownership of it, the Jewish dictation of it. The corporate goal of maximizing profit for our shareholders. I just want to make sure this isn't okay. There he is, Dennis McKenna Wickerham, surrounded by MAPS people. Now, Jones is good buddies with Joe Rogan, right? Everything's all good, but he still absolutely hates Soros. Just like Trump says, leave Soros alone, Joe Rogan is working with people who work with Soros. But that's okay by Alex Jones. That's fine. We'll just ignore that. We'll just ignore that agenda there. So MAPS is co-sponsoring a conference in collaboration with the Drug Policy Alliance. The Drug Policy Alliance. Again, MAPS working with the Drug Policy Alliance. Joe Rogan having on Ethan Nettleman from the Drug Policy Alliance. So do you see how that works? MAPS, Rogan. The masses. Information, or Pentagon asset for the information age. Corporate asset for the information age. The National Drug Policy Alliance. Nadelman founded the Center in Leighton Smith Center in 1994, a drug policy institute created with the philanthropical support, of George Soros. So it was created via George Soros's money.
Wow.
You think Jones would have an issue with that? He hammers on Soros all day. No issue. No issue with Joe. Nothing going on there, Joe. Joe is 100% authentic, according to Jones. Billionaire activists like Sean Parker and George Soros are fueling the campaign to legalize pot. Now, is that a bad thing for it to be legal? No, absolutely not. But here's the catch. There's absolutely a catch with it. And then also Peter Thiel, who's involved with the intellectual dark web in this agenda in general, is also investing in legalizing pot. Corporate weed. Eric Weinstein, the guy who termed the intellectual dark web, managing director at Thiel Capital.
It's pretty whack, bro.
Okay.
It's just fucking whack.
Go again, see all these guys hang out. This is the intellectual dark web right here. This is the agenda they're pushing. Again, check out Jesse Spots for like the mental
fucking
health
losers!
stuff. He's done a great job of covering it. This is the example I would like to use. So this is why this is the catch with legalizing pot and with these corporate agendas. So I want you to understand how this works. Fears of marijuana monopoly in Ohio undercut support for legalization. Now, people were wise in Ohio to this. Most people would just vote it in without even, because, oh, it's legal pot. It's good. Everybody agrees. There's a catch. And this is the catch. That's because it specifies that just 10 locations in the state where growing pot would be allowed, and a group of 10 investors have already have dibs on it. These are the same investors. These same investors are sinking $20 million into the campaign. Okay, if there's corporate support for something, red flag, first off. Secondly, This is the issue. They monopolize it. So they make it legal, but they own it and control it and use it as a tool of enslavement and control. So do you understand how that works? So, I mean, what this is a Brave New World caste system. So you have your alphas dictating to the people, you can't grow it, but I can. I control the supply. I control all of it. So I control what it is too. They can genetically modify it. They can do whatever with it. They control it. So this is literally the caste system that we're seeing instated here. Now, the Brave New World caste system is literally the social systems theory that came out of the Macy Conference, which is Jewish. You guessed it, Jewish. And was the social systems theory is heavily promoted via the Esalen Institute, which Joe Rogan takes trips to. We'll get into the Esalen Institute here in a little bit after I finish up with maps. But I just want to mention this so you have a kind of an understanding of the corporate agenda and the corporate control, as well as the cultural control going on here. Social systems is literally the Brave New World caste. So you have all your sellouts and all these people dictating over the other groups, and everybody has their determined system in society. Universal basic income, the whole deal. Literally a Brave New World. Oh, and look, presidential candidate that supports universal basic income. And Joe Rogan on his podcast blows it out to all the masses. This is what you guys need. This is what you guys want. This is the good for society. This is the direction we're going. It's inevitable. And he really has that much influence that people buy into it. Absolutely. Again, running for president. Now, where did this universal basic income idea originally come from? Well, people like Alan Watts, who was a CIA asset, via the Esalen Institute. Here he is at Esalen promoting this idea. Now, the Esalen is essentially Bohemian Grove for the 21st century. For those of you who aren't aware, Bohemian Grove, but they also study like thought architecture, how to manipulate your subconscious. And we'll get into some of that later as well. For example, I have this book. This is some studies that come out of Esalen. The real interesting ones are unpublished. The physical and psychological effects of meditation. So they're studying how the subconscious mind works. They're studying on the people. Now, the Silicon Valley people who go there, you know, the top people, they don't get studied on, but they go there as like a retreat, as it's Bohemian Grove essentially. So you have all these high-level Silicon Valley people going to Esalen Institute, where all these ideas are coming out of as well, but they also create agendas there. So, for example, the Manhattan Project came out of Bohemian Grove, originated at Bohemian Grove, and then ultimately was implemented. Same thing is going on in Esalen. It's just think of it in terms of Bohemian Grove for the 21st century.
So, as we learned earlier, the Esalen Institute kind of is kind of like a manipulation. Like I wouldn't even like he explains it as Bohemian Grove. I would lean more towards Epstein Island. So if you want to see what kind of content the Esalen Institute is working on, we'll watch this right now just for a second, just so you can see what in 2025, 7,000 subscribers. So obviously their reach isn't as big online as it is in the actual culture. Yeah, so let's check this out. Unlocking your right brain for potential. Oh boy.
I'm Kristen Chen. There is an inner genius in you. waiting to come out.
Who's
That's
this
according
hag?
to our guest on Esalen Live today. Bill Danius is a New York Times best-selling author who wants to help you unlock your right brain and your potential. He is the author of Thought Revolution, How to Unlock Your Inner Genius. Bill Danius joins us on Esalen Live today. Hi.
Hi, Christine. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, nice to see you. I'm looking forward to learning a little bit more. How this relates to human potential, there is a neuroscience that you or we can tap into to unlock this potential within us that are you saying comes from the right brain? Tell us a little bit more.
Oh no.
Sperry
He went
was
so
the
right
one
brain, he
who
doesn't know how to
is,
use.
a Nobel Prize
Okay,
for
here we
his
go.
research detailing hemispheric division in the brain, and specifically that the left hemisphere is independent from the right and does different things. And we've learned a lot since then. But what I found is that this work resonates in psychology. It's how I learned about it initially in therapy.
There's a song for you.
I found it to be really extremely effective for creative problem solving.
You fucking losers!
Where we get stuck.
So if you're just joining us, we're with New York Times bestselling author Bill Danius. We're talking about our potential, examining the right versus left brains, and our creativity and how that can be unlocked. If you have any sort of questions for Bill, put them in the chat, send him some love, send him some support, and we'll talk a little bit more about this, and then might spark some questions. So feel free to comment, tell us where you're coming
New
from,
age shit-eating
maybe
grid.
even your definition of creativity. So as you're talking about the two hemispheres,
Okay, so like this
we
is
have
this. I get this.
graphic
This is
here
cool,
that
right?
shows us the right versus the left brain. Can you talk a little bit more about this?
So I have
what
nothing
both
wrong with
sides are in
this.
charge of, and then how they intersect.
It's just
and
their
what
approach is
this
very
does for our
one-sided
creativity and potential.
and imbalanced.
Absolutely. And I may offer the disclaimer initially that this may be metaphorical, if not literal. I mean, scientists have learned and keep learning more about the brain. There's still so little that we understand today, but the left hemisphere, a way to think of it is the part of our brain that puts gas in the car, food on the table. It's linear, logical, rational, emotional. It's the way we come out of our typical day in life and doing the ordinary kinds of things. And then the right hemisphere is the stuff that in some cases we hire out for, right? We may hire a marketing agency, an ad agency, because they are good at creativity and spatial and artistic and looking at things from a different perspective. And when I discovered years ago in my research that problem solving is thought to be a right hemisphere characteristic, it was a big aha for me, because it explained why it had helped me so much, both while I was in therapy, working through some personal issues, and then in business solving problems. So it's and of course they're connected by the corpus callosum, the limbic system, and so this can be either very literal or very metaphorical, depending on how you want to look at it.
It's so interesting, because when you discover that that problem solving is a right brain,
I think he knows he looks really sad,
or whatever we're
so
calling
he, like,
it, but
overly
that the right
smiles
brain's in charge of that. I would think that it's the left brain, because you have
with
to
the shit-eating new
sequence
age grin.
through some sort of logic. So can you kind of help us understand that a little bit?
Yeah, and that's a really astute observation, because if linear is left and logical and analytical is left, that would seem problem solving would seem to fit in. But I've learned in these 23 years since I've been practicing this that the right brain is good at this notion of wholeness and holistic thinking. So in other words, being able to integrate what is happening on both sides of the brain, but also spark us in ways, activate us in ways that I think, just in my experience, just aren't possible otherwise. So it's where we get those big ahas and those breakthrough ideas. And you'll recall that, it used to be said when we had a big decision, somebody would advise us to sleep on it. And so this is sort of like the brain's equivalent of letting these problems, these ideas roll across both hemispheres, and it's and in the act of dreaming, or in other times in life where our brain is occupied doing something kind of basic, just called the default mode network in the brain, like swimming or showering or driving down a country road. The sort of a part of our brain is free to think about other things. So it's why sometimes we may get our best ideas while we're not specifically trying to focus on something and that we're trying to solve specifically.
So interesting. You sent me a graphic of a NASA test that talks about creativity. Now, when I think about astronauts or anyone who works for NASA, obviously we think about people who are brilliant, smart, some of the smartest people on the planet, and then in space as well, maybe. What does creativity have to do with so much of what they do, which is science?
Well, great question. They were in this study performed decades ago. They interviewed hundreds of thousands of people, and they were looking for who to put in their innovation group, because they realized that innovation was really fundamental to their exploration and their continued progress into space. And so they were looking for people that were creative, and they devised a test to measure. And the results were really depressing for most of us.
In what way?
Because as you can.
So in other words, be more right-brained, accept government, just try and get along with everyone. Don't call anyone out within your community. Don't call out the government, especially because government's daddy. Really scary things are being pumped out of the Esalen Institute to this day.
Do you think they had something to do with telling people not to clap because people with misophonia might have like an ASMR like freak out, like hot water burn baby?
I guess their influence could be deep enough to like start with weird little things and wives' tales, and like obviously propaganda is usually just like one sentence, and it's usually pretty easy to get like dumb people to repeat sentences that aren't true.
They want everyone to be on the spectrum of some kind, basically just soft.
Yeah, like what everybody wanted in ENL, like what everybody wants in all the communities that we're a part of. They just want everyone to ignore the shortcomings of the people within the community, and just because there's someone in the community that might be able to change someone else's mind.
The poppy field in Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, exactly. Just
calm down, just lay down.
If you can't change, or if you can't beat them, join them type of mentality. Just fall in. So back to Matthew North.
This is really quick. This is like this is where a lot of like the Eastern stuff gets they mix their stuff, but like they call the Western Western narcissists co-opting Eastern sort of ideas of meditation, and then going into alternate states and putting people sort of abusing that alternate state though through testing. But like you were saying, like earlier in the video, I'm sure not everyone who went to Esalen Institute were test subjects, right? So you have these higher ups, executives in Silicon Valley, reaping the benefits of the research and study of these test subjects that were lured in there with a knife. Nice.
Ramdas.
So again, you have someone like Timothy Leary or Richard Alpert, who from Harvard, who became Ram Dass. And what they would do, they would go to places like Esalen. And then this circle created a following of thousands of LSD veterans who were then deployed to proselytize for drugs for the secret masters agenda, the corporate and cultural agenda. That's what they're doing here. Okay? So it's kind of a similar concept with like Rogan and all of the Comedy Store clique. Daddy Rogan, and everybody just grabs their ankles for Daddy Rogan because they're just riding that wave. They'll do anything for Joe. They'll get themselves involved in all kinds of illegal things, do everything for him because they're indebted to him.
They're compromise their principles for money, for the greater good. Who do we know who's compromised their message for money in the past, 7-8 years?
Mm-hmm.
Who could I be talking about?
So it's just a similar concept here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's give you guys kind of a map intro so you understand that the Rockefellers were funding it. There's a whole agenda going on there. And there still is. And we're living in it and we're seeing the rise of it. So I want to read this for you guys. CIA maps after embalming the dead. In the new millennium, the New York Times, the Baltimore Sun, and other the Baltimore Sun and other large circulation daily newspaper highlighted research on psychedelics and ecstasy. Doctors at prestigious university medical schools produce studies promoting positive aspects of these drugs. These studies are often mentioned in an affiliated funding source, research group, the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies Incorporated, which is MAPS. Founded in 1986, MAPS received early aid from MK Ultra participants such as Timothy Leary, who also worshipped Crowley, which is Jewish mysticism.
Thelema.
Promoted Crowley. The former CIA contracted inventor of LSD, Albert Hoffman, also donated to the funding of
in this motherfucking realm.
The year before, the Food and Drug Administration had classified ecstasy as a Schedule I drug. This made ecstasy illegal, an addictive substance without clinical value. Rick Doblin, who is Jewish, founded MAPS. Doblin described his first acid trip, which reportedly led him to say he had been fortunate to be able to combine psychedelics with the pursuit of the American dream. The Reagan and Bush administration's IRS granted a 5013 tax-exempt charity
Did
status.
he talk about Albert Hoffman?
To Doblin's North Carolina-based MAPS. MAPS received large contributions from billionaires like George Soros. Okay, so anything Soros is involved in, is it going to be good? Even if it sounds good on the surface, like legalizing pot or anything like that, it sounds good on the surface, but there's always a catch to it. It's going to be used as a method of control and further enslavement. The multi-billionaire...
Like I said earlier, in California, it was devastating to our medical marijuana industry. Legalization was devastating to it basically took something that had for 12 or 15 years been gray as far as legality was. There was no way to legally cite someone for marijuana in California for over a decade. But then we decided the dumb shits in California, the voters of California decided to legalize it. And when they legalized it, it brought in all these laws. It brought in, basically, they were going to regulate the marijuana system, and any money made, by regulating that was going to go back into the regulating of the system. So there was no actual, there was nothing good And then several dozen new laws, which weren't there before, went on the books. You used to be able to, cops wouldn't even care, wouldn't even look at your weed. And now, again, they're able to arrest people and throw them in jail for it. In 2025, when everybody else is legalizing it, everyone's legalizing it, but it's creating new tax revenue for the war machine again.
Like the ATF with tobacco and alcohol.
Yeah, and then the feds are still here enforcing all these laws in every state that legalizes it. The feds are still around busting people and busting the dispensaries. So it's all very screwed up. But back in the day, it was awesome because it was gray. There was no, you could grow at your house pretty much as you want. I mean, basically as much as you want. Yeah. And now you don't have to have a medical license, but it's legal for everyone, which I don't know if it's better. It's probably better just the old way of doing it. But I mean, or if you're going to have anything, if you're looking at like a regulatory way of doing things. But the making it legal isn't necessarily making it legal. It needs to be decriminalized, which means they can sell it at the supermarket if they want. It becomes something like, bananas. And then the government doesn't make any revenue from it, which turns into more harm done to the world. There's a lot of pitfalls with legalizing marijuana, but people hear the word, legalize marijuana, and they're like, that's great. But you want to decriminalize, if anything.
Here, Prasker family and Anonymous British Foundation. In the new millennium, maps listed major contributions of families and groups, including Prasker family, who had a net worth of tens of billions of dollars. Okay, so let's continue reading here. The relatively short article devoted about 2 paragraphs to MAPS founder Doblin. MAPS start during the Reagan-Bush presidential administration seemed no coincidence. In 1986, Vice President George H.W. Bush's aide, Oliver North, jump-started the Iran-Contra scandal involving the CIA in trafficking cocaine, which is a CIA CNP operation. Once the former CIA director Bush reached the presidency, he appointed Dr. David Kessler as Food and Drug Administration Commissioner, harkening back to the MKUltra days of testing LSD in schools. Kessler approved university testing of psychedelics again in 1990, just after the U.S. Senate confirmation. Now we see Trump doing this right now, allowing these psychedelic plant-based medicines to be tested and approved. The approval marked the FDA's first psychedelics research in over 20 years. Dr. Kessler remained FDA commissioner for the next 5 years, including 3 years under President Clinton. President Bush also had Kessler fill FDA with like-minded research staff favorable to psychedelics. Why? Because there's an agenda. Not that they're necessarily bad or there's no uses to them. There's an agenda. That's what I'm highlighting here. In an interview, Rick Doblin said one of those leading doctors in the FDA was Dr. John Harder, whose vision, quote, vision was to train me. This is key. Vision was to train me to understand how the FDA worked so that I could try to mobilize the demoralized psychedelic community to submit protocols. Doblin went to describe the history of his work, which inadvertently revealed his unusual power in the FDA. Even after Kessler's resignation under President Clinton, quote, there was a short period after he resigned in 1995 during which lower-level FDA officials made it difficult to move forward with psychedelic and medical marijuana research. However, I filed a complaint with the Ombudsman and the policies established by the pilot drug were reaffirmed in 1999 by FDA upper management. Doblin further said Clinton's successor, President George W. Bush also picked an FDA commissioner, Dr. Jane Henney, who is supportive of psychedelic research. From 2000 to 2011, MAPS articles showed up in newspapers worldwide. With MAPS funding of Harvard and Johns Hopkins research, the idea of LSD and ecstasy having health benefits spread. The New York Times, Baltimore Sun, and other newspapers helped spread MAPS propaganda, further legitimizing the group. The strongest evidence, so CIA, MKUltra's 50 years of involvement. The strongest evidence of CIA continuing MKUltra was revealed in the November 2000 arrest of 55-year-old William Leonard Picard, deputy director of UCLA's Drug Policy Research Program, for running one of the nation's largest LSD laboratories. Drug enforcement agents would also eventually implicate Professor John Halpern and other psychedelic think tanks. The Hefner Research Institute, which had worked on many projects with MAPS, the DEA arrested Picard at the laboratory site, a decommissioned missile silo, which they actually weren't at that point. This is an interesting case. They were set up by a DEA double agent, Gordon Todd Skinner, and they weren't arrested at the site. They were leaving the site. They were packing it up and leaving. They never actually produced LSD there because they thought they were being set up. DEA agents had enough raw materials there to make over 15 million hits of acid. Comprehensive articles in the Rolling Stone and San Francisco Chronicle cite evidence suggesting that Halpern, Picard, and others were involved in continuing this MKUltra operation. This operation has links to the original MKUltra LSD laboratories and universities involved in MKUltra, top government officials, and LSD promoting think tanks. Okay, so an interesting MAPS connection. I wanted to finish with that drug trafficking story, that manufacturing of LSD story, because I believe there's a lot of that going on right now. As I said before, ask yourself, how are they able to give DMT out to people, just like the Grateful Dead used to give out LSD to people, illegally in this country with no issues? Because they're involved in higher level operations. They're involved in research programs, in MKUltra style research programs. So we have, again, Halpern was mentioned, who works with MAPS to this day, continues to work, or up until recently at least, with MAPS, and he was involved in illegally producing and selling drugs.
Jerry would never do that.
Okay, so someone associated with MAPS was involved in the illegal drug trade. Put two and two together. That's exactly what's going on. We have these government-sanctioned and corporate-sanctioned research programs that are also involved in the illegal drug trade. Now, I want to play this. This is from my channel. I posted it a couple weeks ago. Let's give this clip a listen here. I'm just going to speed it up a little bit. So this is from 2017. So 2 years ago, I was talking about a comedy club, the Laugh Stop, where I suspected that they were selling drugs and then laundering it back through their club there, or possibly this money is being donated back to MAPS for further research and further growth of this agenda. So selling illegal drugs, and the money makes it back to the legalization process, etc. But this is interesting.
Identify a little place in Austin, other cities in Texas, and will sell you drugs, and then they'll launder that money right back through their
It's pretty whack, bro.
But that's a different show or video. So money laundering's a good thing to look out for.
Now remember, this was never referenced. Nobody ever referenced this prior to me stating this. Then after I stated this, this Comedy Store clique began to reference the Laugh Stop.
And
Great.
Oh my
Houston,
God.
Houston's great. Austin's great. Texas is the shit.
Houston, I
live
did an
there.
album in Houston.
This is
Austin,
Did you do it at the Laugh Stop in
Yes.
River Oaks?
Yes.
Yeah. I did an album.
Is it there no more?
No, it's there. Not
That
anymore.
was well. That was
Apparently the
Bill
building
Hicks's
is still
club.
there. Yeah.
What is it now?
They
The old
use it
PCD?
sometimes. Like they'll have shows there sometimes. I think someone had something there for a while. I don't know the full story, but that was one of the greatest clubs ever. Laugh Stop in River Oaks. Remember that crazy dude was running it? The fuck's his name?
Yeah.
Fuck's his name? Bald guy.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That
He
was
had an
nice.
Italian last name.
I forget.
Oddly enough.
Joey knew him real well.
I forgot about that dude.
Yeah.
Yes, and that was Bill Hicks.
Yeah.
Place.
They had a fucking legit open.
My boy Mark, we had a good time. I love it there. Cap Cities.
Oh, I love.
I remember one day there was a guy, you asked him about drug dealers, Lee. Let me tell you how wide open it is. Again, sorry to talk about this city, one of my favorite
How
cities.
dumb could this guy be, Joey Diaz?
That would come to your shows, Lee, and he would give you a button, and you'd go, wow, this is Houston. Where did you get this from? He goes, this is what I grow. And he'd go, I got 6 other strains. You want to buy something? You're like, yeah. You'd go out to his car, Lee, and he had one of those construction trucks with the with the panels and shit. And I wish I was lying to you, Lee. I wish I was lying to you. He would open up the panels, and he'd have little jars of weed. This is fucking 12 years ago. The Last Stop was still open.
Yeah.
This was at the Last Stop when Rogan was headlining. Those things that you see of that fucking
Did you hear that? This is key right here.
Yeah.
This was at the Last Stop when Rogan was headlining. Those things that you see of
Pete. Let's listen.
Last Stop was still open.
Yeah.
This was at the Last Stop when Rogan was headlining. Those things that you see of that
Pete. Now, who he's referencing there is Pete Pirelli, who was the manager of the Laugh Stop during that time, the Houston Laugh Stop during that time when it was open. So you have, I believe his name's Felipe, who has the lowest IQ I've probably ever seen in my entire life. Actually naming the guy who was supplying drugs to these comedians while Joe Rogan was headlining. Was Joe Rogan getting a percentage of this? Was there some sort of deal worked out here? Is Joe Rogan involved in drug dealing? These are questions you need to be asking yourself. Now, Pete Pirelli, you can look up his...
Pretty dumb. Talk about that shit on a podcast, if you ask me. So next week, next Sunday, we're doing another podcast. It's going to be a pretty juicy one. Episode 62 of Vegan Group Therapy. 6 days from now. Please go over and like this. Smash that like button there if you can. And if you haven't already, hit the notifications on button and subscribe. Most of you people haven't subscribed. But next week, we're going to be going over the anarchism versus statism debate. We're going to go over my Gary Yourofsky interview and the drama around that. We have several other things we're going to be going into next Sunday at 4 p.m. So please go over BGT Live episode 62. Smash this. Here, I'll give you the link. Here's the link. Boom. Right there. Smash that like button on that. Next Sunday, it's going to be pretty fun. And now back to Matthew North. What do you think about this so far, Adrian?
It's pretty dope.
Some bass shit.
Yeah, this is out of my radar, so I'm glad to be, seeing this.
Yeah, this video is pretty. We've presented this video a half a dozen times on our either my channel or her channel over the years. It's kind of one of like the top 10 best videos, I think, up there, definitely. And it's pretty cool. It was such a young dude that did it. And it's too bad he's gone because he could have, who knows what else he could have presented to us. I don't know where he got this prowess, but I mean, I guess growing up on the internet, yeah, you end up being a good researcher by default. I think we saw Paul there for a second.
It's really sad, man. I try to tell people this kind of stuff and they don't want to see it. It's like you could just be spraying them with a garden hose and they'll be like, water is not wet. I am not a slave. Government is not slavery. Water is dry. You know.
Can't prove it.
Yeah, and like I mean, look at the debate that I did with Mike Canton. It was like I'm not like gonna pat myself on the shoulder for something I don't deserve, but it was a landslide. Like he had nothing but appealing to authority and
he would glitch out. He would glitch out, freeze, twitch a couple times, and then just repeat the phrase that he's been like memorizing.
When I very quickly convinced him that toll roads were awesome, he lit up a cigarette and his face kind of changed, and the tone in his voice changed from then on out because he was all, "Oh shit." It was funny. I had I have a new natural law friend online, and they were watching, and they were like, "Oh, when you first started talking about toll roads, it triggered me, but then you totally convinced me," you know, and that's what came Mike Canton making the epic quote, "But roads are just roads, bro." And after I explained to him that you can regulate the crime in a community by having a toll road in it, and how private industry will have far safer and more efficient and cheaper roads than what we're getting from the government for our dollar that they steal with it from us at gunpoint. So yeah, Rogan. Rogan's scary. How many people he influences.
His LinkedIn page. You know, he lists the laptop there. The documents from the laptop list Pete as the manager, Pete Pirelli. And he's got a nice social networking job now, which is interesting given where Rogan's gone with his career. And I think maybe you should give Pete a call and ask him what was going on. You know, his number's listed there. Go ahead and ask him what was going on at the laptop during that time period.
That fucking video that you see of Red Band texting me and me going off on him in 2003, that was then. That was then. This guy would show up to the shows, and he would have these weed containers, and then part of the conversation, go, hold on. And it was like you were in that scene in Taxi Driver. I got fucking pills. And you're like, wait a second, what do you got? The one time he came to a show, he had Coke, Vicodin, Valium, Xanax, some tranquilizer you gave to retarded kids when they went over the top.
PCP.
He had something else. He had 20 different fucking things in there.
It must have been your favorite.
I used to give him $200, bro, and he would give me a to-go package that would fucking make a mule sing. He would give me like a half 8-ball, fucking 20 Vicodins, 20 Xanax.
You have a variety pack.
Oh my God, he'd give me fucking animal tranquilizers. You have no idea.
Okay, so that's key there.
You have no idea.
These guys are involved in the illegal drug trade. So let's think here. The illegal drug trade, and then this whole maps studying of the drugs, these are interlaced. If you continue to look, you will continue to find an interlacing between the illegal drug trade and the so-called legal drug trade. Now, I want to play this clip again. Oops. Okay. Let's watch this real quick. Well, let's do this one first real quick.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah?
The ESC has sent out a call for experts, and we've been infiltrated by the mainstream people that do evaluation work for the World Bank and USAID. They're interested in ayahuasca. People are going down to South America to have these transformative experiences, to sit in ceremony. There's a lot of underground activity in the U.S. as well, and Europe, where it's not legal. But in South America and Peru, ayahuasca is protected as national patrimony.
That's awesome.
Manny got
Okay,
some
first
of that
thing
good
that he
stuff.
mentioned, the high-level people associated with these modern Eleusinian mysteries, as Bruce Damer calls them. These are the modern initiations. So you have these high-level people, and then he says underground activity. Yet, you know, Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen can talk about how they illegally smoked DMT, name who gave it to them, name where they did it at in Texas, but it's okay. They can legally get away with it somehow. It's illegal, but it's fine. They can talk about it openly to hundreds of thousands of people, but it's okay for them to do it. Why is that? Let's watch this clip real quick.
is when I get kind of.
You want to make up your mind? I got something right here for you.
What is that?
That's where the
Mushrooms?
mushrooms are.
I know. That's exactly what they're for.
Come on, bro. Let's make up your mind.
How about Joe? If I can you imagine if I took these and did this show before?
Just take a little one like this.
No, fuck that.
Nobody's got to get hurt. Just a little one.
Jamie, would you do that?
Just a little one.
I don't want to be giggling in the car on the way
You'll
down,
be fine.
throwing up on myself.
You'll be fine.
What's it do? What's going to happen?
We'll
I
find
want to
out.
get out of here before it takes effect. Guy's going to get me in a fucking some type of scissors.
It should be legal. It's supposed to be
I
legal
believe
everywhere.
that. It would make people mellow the fuck out, right?
It would.
Open that third eye, man.
It would do something really good for people. The problem is you forget you take it sometimes. You know, like an hour and a half later, like, why am I so weak? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't want to be that far in my own head. That's scary.
Have you ever done the float tank?
No.
You want to do that? Well, you can't. You
I
don't have enough
can't.
time.
I got to float the fuck.
Okay, so again, takes an illegal drug. Now, this is just, again, pushing an agenda because they're doing the same process that they're doing with marijuana, legalizing that with psilocybin mushrooms, magic mushrooms. They're doing the same thing. They're pushing to legalizing that. So he's normalizing it by taking an illegal substance on his widespread podcast, massive podcast. He's allowed to take an illegal substance and there's no repercussions for it. Ask yourself,
Without even like
how is he able to get away with that?
Without
he's
even
pushing the
looking
agenda.
worried at
He's
all.
normalizing it. It's just something people do. Everybody does.
But if they show a YouTube clip, Joe freaks the fuck out, but he'll eat mushrooms and drink alcohol immensely and go after his podcast and go drunk drive to a restaurant where he drinks more, which he's been caught doing. He just openly does all this like he has all the confidence in the world, like he has a free fucking pass, except for with YouTube, because YouTube is a private corporation. He doesn't have pull with YouTube. He has pull with the government. He knows he'll never get arrested. He knows his friends won't get arrested because they're pushing something that helps normalize government, accepting government.
Well, notice he was like, legalize it. Legalize, like being very, very specific with his wording.
Yeah.
Like we were
Legal.
talking about before, what legalizing means. It means let government tax it. Let government allow you to be free, which really it's not free. It's giving you limits on what you're allowed to consume and taking away these gray market loopholes, in which we had more freedom back when they existed. But yeah, legalize it. He's very, very specific with his words.
Taxalize. That's a good one.
Yeah, taxalize it.
Let the government tell you what you can put in your body.
Yeah. But it's cool because Rogan says it.
Yeah. Instead of take the decision and the control and the power out of their hands, let's give it to them, and at least the government will make tax dollars with it. At least that's good. At least that'll help the poor, right? Help the poor.
Help that poor.
You know, before money, I don't know if you could really tell who was poor.
No, I've said this story before. When I lived in Nicaragua, my neighbors who had dirt floors still lived in adobe houses with very sparse metal roofs. Still watching old ass TVs. 7 people living in this house. They were more happy than my friends living in the Hollywood Hills that were, like
Absolutely.
who's more impoverished,
Absolutely.
like what does poverty even mean? If
Poor
you're
people
happy?
being sad is a psyop, dude. It never happened before. Like, people were just not sad because they were poor. They didn't give a shit. They had food to eat. They had a place to live. They had friends and family. It didn't bother people unless there was a famine.
When I got money from a record company, I had grown up pretty, I very privileged, but I didn't have money, like my parents didn't give me money or anything like that. So I went out on my own pretty young. But But I got money from being in a band, and I was horrified the second I got that money because it put me in this other uncomfortable zone of being dependent on the idea of fame or something like that. I don't really know, because all the record labels, they just tell you, oh, you're going to be rich the rest of your life. Go spend this money, you know. And so I spent a shitload of money in a couple months. And luckily, because once during that time I had money, I was more depressed and scared and uncomfortable than I'd ever been in my life, because I was horrified of it being gone again, because I had been convinced that, oh, I was going to be rich for the rest of my life and not have to worry about any of this stuff and just blow money like whatever. But I obviously didn't end up staying in that industry. And I was taught a very good lesson, because, you know, what I learned by blowing that money and ending up with nothing is that I'm not going to do that again. You know, and I warn people about it, that it's not, you know, that the whole thing is not really that cool, because we're not supposed to be like that. We're not supposed to have endless resources. Government tries to make us think that. Marketers try to make us think that we have just endless choice and endless. It's like a psychopathic waste. Psychopath that isn't sustainable. It's not a sustainable thing. Living in these cities and going in this crazy, the amount of waste and comfort and convenience we demand living in the city. You there, Paul?
Yep.
What's up, dude? How's it going?
It's going. Been asleep for most of the day, but I'm up.
Cool, man. Well, we're just messing around watching these trippy videos about mind control and why our society is the way it is. Rich hippies and rich, lots of drugs and, you know, conditioning and shit.
I'm sure my great uncle would know a good bit about that. He's in on some of the secrets in this area.
Yeah, it's been funny since I learned about this stuff. I've actually bumped into several people that know a lot about this. We were in Northern California and Santa Cruz for a little bit, and I bumped into this guy who used to hang out at Esalen, and it was really funny hearing his side of the story. And he was absolutely blown away that I even knew that the place existed, let alone I knew how much psychology was, or you know, just how much of a psychological op it was and how much it influenced culture, because he kind of was in the know on that, and he was just like blown away by what I had to say, because I think I met the guy just working on his diesel truck, and he was just like, he's like, you know about Esalen? And I was like, hell yeah. So what's up, David Arenas? How's it going, bro? If you want to come up, here's a link. If you want to hang out in the chat, you can hang out in the chat. People do both. But glad you're here, Paul.
Yeah, I'm kind of gross right now, or else I'd have my camera on.
No, dude, it's cool. Darren is too. No, it's everything's chill here, dude. As long as you're here, that's what matters. Adrian shows up here and he doesn't say much, and he hangs out for hours and hours and hours. It's kind of just whatever. It's a casual spot, and if you want us to watch anything, we can watch whatever you want, and you know, it's just kind of a hangout. If you got issues, concerns, gripes, anything you want to bring up in life, this is a chill space. While it is open, you know, you have plenty of support here.
Do you see the confluence of the neocon stuff and then the psychedelics? So now you have carnivore, psychedelic.
Allie has an
liber
interesting
and
theory
cap
about this.
tools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About the old hippie ladies aren't hippie ladies anymore. Vegan hippie ladies are all gone. They're all carnivore ladies.
Essential oil,
Like
white
all the
supremacist
hippie
ladies.
influencers used to be like vegan and like super conscious, and now all that they've changed the hippie influencers into carnivore dieters.
Yeah.
Just to sell more meat. What do you think, Aryan?
I'm on my journey, on my path, you know.
My truth. My truth.
My
truth. Veganism is
My
a
truth.
journey. Veganism is a journey. Don't be
My
so
veganism. My truth is veganism as being a journey to eating meat. And I'm actually more vegan than you because I eat meat now.
You save more plants that way.
Yeah.
You know the chicken in the yard. She puts the neck on the tree stump, and then she gives her life to me. So I appreciate her and crazy.
It's the circle of life.
Crazy
It's so interconnected. It's symbiotic.
circle of exploitation.
Well, you need to give reverence, so then it's okay.
Animism.
Animism. Thelema.
David coming
because animism.
Santeria.
Of course. Because animism.
Because animism.
Well, actually, what I heard was that basically, if you do enough DMT, you'll find out that everything the government tells you about aliens and Jesus is real, and then your kids will definitely vote for whatever's good for Israel.
And just try fasting for 2-3 days and see how you're gonna sleep, and your natural DMT is gonna work because you secrete DMT.
All of these psyops are carnist and what do you call it? Elitist eugenics operations. Every single one of them, they always tie themselves back to some kind of 12 tribes or some kind of speciesist, elitist, hierarchical, bump off the person next to you kind of shit.
Well, it's a total grift because it's trying to sell people an easy way through actual personal development and spiritual development, introspection. Be like, you can just ingest a substance and act a certain way and associate with certain people and dress a certain way and talk a certain way and go to a certain location and go into a certain hot spring, and then you will be enlightened. And you just have to either have social favor or pay.
It's sacramental solipsism, where you take this substance, and then whatever's in your mind must be true. See, that's where that's how they divert people, is that's solipsism and moral relativism right there, as opposed to people actually maturing and learning things. This is where you get the anaphylactic reaction to reading a book. No one does it anymore because they'll die if they do.
Another way to see it is it's spiritual bypassing.
Yes, that Monroe Institute bullcrap. They were right about the Loosh thing, but I mean, they know it because they're doing it.
Well, and it's that mistaking frameworks and tools and models for reality itself, right? Because there's psychedelics, there's all these methods of releasing trauma that can be used as tools to get to be a better person, basically, right? But
why do these psychedelic extraterrestrial cult leaders always talk about alien gods? This whole idea, hey, Mark is wrong about cosmic abandonment. No, I don't have proof, but I can say that believing your origins are evil is the best way to control you. It's the original sin psyop, just changed. That's how you can bind people to some kind of covenantal ideology.
Yeah. Wait, you said original sin psyop?
Yeah, cosmic
Yeah,
abandonment.
yeah, exactly. Like,
That
it's in
humans
here.
are genetically modified apes that we were created as a vassal race to serve as slaves to ETs, like Mark pitches in Cosmic Abandonment, is an ancient theory, but it is an ancient control mechanism. You see, that's as opposed to like the Avadutta Gita of Dattatreya, where it says you are always free. The soul is never bound at any time. See, they don't want you to know that, so they want you to believe that you're not an original sin. You're an original slave, and you have to break out with your ego by crushing other life forms. That's the Stanford prison experiment with ancient alien backings.
Yeah.
You know what's really also like crazy? Yeah, I mean, ego. You mentioned ego, and now you talked about drugs. Today I was talking about a colleague at work that has he's a gambler. He's young. He's like crazy. Like, you know, like he bought an electric scooter, a really expensive one, and I think he bought it just so that he doesn't have any cash to gamble with anymore. You know, like, so it's crazy that, you know, this is so about like making yourself appear like in a fake way, like a bigger and career and all this stuff, right? So like the ego and what you mentioned also there. I mean, people are running from themselves. I think when you
they try to tell us that to be free you have to oppress others, or you have to control others, or you have to force your will. Humanity is different than everything else, you know, and they don't want us to be comfortable with that, because if we're comfortable with that, we can't be controlled.
Yeah, it's all about insecurity. Like people who are, you know, like take some like juice to like really look like big and unnaturally big, right, or something like that, and
Gym bro.
And yeah, I mean, like, it's also like addiction. Also, you know, you take that and you testosterone and pump the iron, you know. But I mean, you're gonna look like shit. You're gonna be 60, like, or like, I mean,
It's just fucking
it's
whack.
all, yeah. Like
It's
Darren
pretty
said,
whack,
Derek
bro.
said it.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
He gets it.
Will gets it
It's pretty
too.
whack, bro.
Fucking
So
mid.
I can't continue. So yeah, it's crazy. I mean,
It's fucking whack.
do I have like an MP3 of this? I can put it in my like SMS when I hear like a message or something.
I can send
Text
you the
alerts.
files. Yeah.
If I do
need some
Streamlabs,
if you can send
if I
some
do,
also.
if I do Streamlabs for streaming, people can charge to trigger them during the show
Or like
at
pay.
any time. Yeah, they can pay, like donate
do
to
that.
be able to get access to the soundboard, which would be pretty fucking funny.
Worth it. It might be
Yes.
disruptive sometimes, but it's worth
It'll
it.
be funny more than anything.
Yeah.
You don't even have to go get singles from the bank.
Yeah.
You
We'll take
don't have
Bitcoin.
any shit on me, boy.
Fucking trash apes. You're in a fucking cult.
Fuck
I'm
with the
not
wrong
in your
one.
cult. You're not in your fucking meat
Hey,
industry
can you make one
propaganda
like
cult.
when he says, "The life of other sentient beings doesn't belong to you, boy," or something like that. I think he has that.
Somewhere.
No one fucking likes you.
It's when he,
All right? I wouldn't say no one, but stupid ass motherfucking vegan therapy. You stupid ass motherfucking vegan therapy. You stupid ass motherfucking vegan therapy.
You know, you can.
yeah.
It's
So
fine.
so that domination, but Darren told you, like we are from a young age, you know, like you are disencouraged to even question your parents, right? Like to if you ask something your father, like, oh, but why, you know, like, and don't ask stupid questions, you know, like, if your parents didn't work with themselves so much, then they'll discourage you. Don't ask stupid questions, don't that, don't. And then you just believe what they tell you, right? Like believing in whatever authority figure tells you, right? I mean, okay, they guided you when you're little. They're your parents. But when you reach legal age, then you can question the other nanny and daddy, So, and then, of course, if you inherit that abusive, the parental abandonment issue, that you either become a victim or you become like an abuser, like the police and the soldiers, right? So if you identify with one of those, then either you're gonna be really like a exploiter of animals, or really like controlling other people, like secondary psychopath, right? So, and
sorry, I tried to post something.
What the fuck is that?
It didn't copy and paste right. Sorry about that. What I was going to say is Mark and some other people go too far with their anti-religion bent. See, here's the deal. I know religion means to tie back, but you have to have one, or you'll be an unregulated demon parasite. You have to hold yourself back. So whatever that is, whatever your moral compass is, you have to be situated in a proper locus of control, which is self-control. And this is the problem. It has to be true, and these people don't have anything to anchor it to. And what I was trying to post was a quote from the Katha Upanishad: know the Atman, or the self, to be the master of the chariot. The body is the chariot, the intellect is the charioteer, and the mind is the reins. The senses, they say, are the horses, the objects are the roads. The wise call the Atman united with the body, the senses, and the mind, the enjoyer. So the thing is, all of these things, the self is what desires. Okay? So if you don't have a religion, as in if you don't bind yourself to a ball and chain that is morality, you're fucked. You're absolutely going to be none other than a demon. That's what it is. That you're either bound to your ego, or you're bound to the self, which is truth. And they seem the same. And you have to know what the difference is. So people really do need a little bit, even the impersonalists like Advaita Vedanta require faith and devotion. Without it, you can't have truth, because otherwise your attitude changes one day and then your truth changes. And it happens to the biggest and baddest of philosophers.
And also, like, hope, hope is I think Nietzsche told it, like, hope is like the enemy of man, because it gives you a illusion of change, like like in the Hunger Games, when the protagonist, I mean not the protagonist, the evil guy with the beard, he says, you know why we have like a champion? We need to give them hope, right? So if you control hope, then that's powerful, because if there's a lot of hope, then it's dangerous. But if you control it, you give them these politicians, whatever, it gives them hope, right? So they don't responsibility or opportunity, and then when there is action, there is hope. Because if you're acting, I mean, when you go to the gym, you hope you're gonna be big, right? Because every week you get do some gains, you have some gains. There is hope then, but there is action first, right? So yeah,
right.
I get.
As opposed to thinking somebody else already handled it, like Jesus did the work once on the cross, so it's all finished. See, that's the thing. Or, oh well, it's not your job to change the world, like the bystander effect. Like, if there's 100 people, nobody jumps in to help, because everybody thinks it's not their job.
Oh,
It's like the
it's God's
Patriot
will, right?
pacification program with Trump.
Yes.
We've got all
It's
these
a
people
huge shit.
believing in Trump, like Trump's going to fix it all. No, that is a very egregiously bad take to have on it all, because we must all be that change, and we must all be the awakeners of the world. And if we're putting all of our hopes down on a demagogue, that's just going to continue the cycle.
Yep. It is every man for himself, and everyone has to do their own work.
It's like there
is no collective salvation at all at any time ever.
Nobody's going to save you.
I mean, there's a biblical, I think, how do you say it? I think Basio also said, like, know the truth, and the truth will set you free, right? Like, so, I mean, if you know, if you realize, what's happening, the reality and everything, then you have truth. You know some truth that nobody can scam you if you can realize the patterns, right? So even if you know math,
there have been scientists, different religious mystics, atheists. Many people have figured it out, because as long as your intention is pure, you can find the truth, man. It's not about but you do have to be anchored into the idea of something greater than yourself.
Yeah.
And you definitely got to be aware of your own internal biases.
Yeah, your bad patterns, bad
things that have been ingrained.
Yeah, being aware of it is the first step of solving.
And I guess you do have to believe in the existence of evil in a way too, because it's not all good.
I heard
it's part of the mechanism of this plane of existence.
Yeah, non-duality and duality, you do have to transcend that too. It's not either or.
Yeah.
I heard what evil actually means, like some virtual intelligence, something with AI. I heard it from Max Egan, from the guy.
That's where we're going though, with the Palantir getting multi-billion-dollar contracts with the government. This is where you're at with the psychedelic bros. Yeah, bro, smoke a Elsky on Joe Rogan and then plug your dome into the supercube.
And it all goes back into like the Saturn cult worship, the demiurge, the
Elohim, the hive mind, the we are bullshit.
And it's a false community too, because it's like, Joe Rogan says DMT's cool, so if I go to one of these clubs and buy it from one of his friends, I'm a part of their club. Or even if I buy it on the street, I'm still a part of their club because I'm doing the DMT and they did the DMT. That means like we're connecting on some level. And then of course, psychedelic experience is very intense and emotional. And if you're doing psychedelics around people, it's hard not to fall into whatever they're into, and then feel like they're a part of your family or something like that, because you've had that release, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
it breaks down your ego and it leaves you vulnerable to the suggestion of others.
Yeah. You know the documentary of Paul Stamets? He has a fantastic fungi documentary.
Yeah.
And in the end, it's all like a little bit new agey, right? Like, the fungi is our teacher, everything, Yeah, I mean, it's okay to experiment with your consciousness, but if you just rely on that and make it for me, it's a good documentary. You can learn a lot. I mean, fungi is like one of the biggest organism on the planet, and everything, and it connects tree roots and everything, like internet under the soil. So but if you go to that part that's like, okay, I found this ayahuasca and I found, you know, this, and it's like, no, man, it's, you have to work deeper. Like yeah, you can go on the retreat, ayahuasca retreat, and now all my shadow work is worked. You know, I done my shadow work. No, man,
It's not enough. You can't just do that and then just
you
be
got
like,
go in like a total knot. Your life is like in a knot, right?
Well, it's the same. It's the same thing which causes people to inhale hydrogen out of weird machines and take tons of supplements. You know, it's like these people will eat like shit, and then they'll be like, "Oh, I'm just going to take these supplements and it's going to fix me." And it's like, no, you have to do the work. You have to. It's all about the process. It's all about going through the experience of doing the work. There's no shortcuts, and that's where our movement is full of a lot of shortcutters that just want to be gurus, you know. And it's like, that's the wrong way of going about this whole thing.
Yeah,
but
I mean, my a colleague from work, she wore she had a hoodie on with a nice text, like something like, trust the process, like but it's hard work, right? Like you need to, like, you're gonna feel the change. I mean, you're gonna see the change as you go back, see how I used to think, how I used to behave. But it's hard work. I mean, it's discipline.
Yeah.
It takes discipline.
And you know, you'll have the feeling of knowing you accomplished something. You're actually doing something in your life instead of just shortcutting. But I'm gonna get back to this video before it gets too late.
Old, you know. So.
Yeah.
And the thing they're doing with the magic mushrooms is exactly the same that they're doing with the legal pot, where there's a corporate control over the substance. It's dictated by corporations. It's dictated by the alphas in the caste system, where they control everything about it. So again, like I said, and I'm not someone who hasn't tried these substances. I've done pretty much all of them. Okay. But like I said, it should be legal. In my opinion, it should be absolutely legal. It should be truly free and undictated by a corporation. It should not be dictated by a corporation. You should be able to grow it yourself. You should be able to do it all yourself. It also shouldn't be pushed on people. The agenda of pushing it on people is a cultural agenda for a specific reason. Secondly, it's a method of control. It sounds great because these are plants, these are funguses. They should be available to everybody. If someone chooses on their own will to take this substance, that should be fine. I have no issue with that. But when there's a corporate control over it, a corporate monopoly, that's an issue. When George Soros is investing hundreds of millions of dollars, when Peter Thiel is investing hundreds of millions of dollars, that should be a red flag for you. You should be aware of this. And you should understand that this is a method of control. This is a method of cultural change. And this is a method of enslavement. That's exactly what we're seeing going on here. So you're not allowed to grow them. Only the corporate masters, only the alphas can grow them. Oh, and this is another one. This might not.
Tree snake is on the branch.
But I want you to listen very carefully here. This is Bruce Damer. We'll get into him in a second. High-level DOD, direct Pentagon connection to Dennis McKenna. Now, it sounds like Joe Rogan does a bump of cocaine right here. I want you to listen for the bag, literally ruffling a bag. I want you to listen for the snort, and I want you to listen for the drip afterwards. And also in the context of what Bruce is talking about, where people are hiding their drug use, and it should be out in the open and free.
Waiting for her, and she's getting high on all this sugar, because we still get high on sugar. Here we are drinking our coffees, right, with our sugar, and she's watching.
Okay, drinking our coffees with our sugar, and he does a scooping motion. So again, where's Rogan getting these drugs from? Is MAP supplying the drugs? Is Onnit supplying the drugs? Is the illegal drug trade and this legal study of drugs, is it all synonymous with each other? I believe it is.
That, and that pattern of scales has evolved to mesmerize.
Okay. Now, I'm not saying 100% that's what he did, but that's sure what it sounds like and looks like. Anyways, moving back to maps here. The corporate goal. George Soros. Oh, I forgot to mention, maps. Another common theme you're going to see through all this counterculture MK Ultra stuff is heavy involvement with the Soviet Union. Okay? There's a reason for that. If you watch that KGB defector, I can't, his name escapes me right now, Yuri Bezmenov. And he talks about how the KGB wanted to push yoga and these meditation and these Esalen type movements within the country because there's a method of control with that. Okay? So, and it's on record. You can read the documents, how they would push it. They had a hard time. The Soviets had a hard time running operatives via the West Coast, and they found an in with the peace hippie movement. So, again, maps working with the Soviets in the 90s, 1994, 92, right on that turning point, working with since 1985. So this is this guy researching ketamine in the former Soviet Union, which is still the Soviet Union. If you don't understand that they faked their breakup, that was all predicted by the defectors, like Anatoly Golitsyn. That's exactly what's going on. I would research that. But he was researching ketamine. And if you go through here, it seems as though he was more interested in the subconscious mind than anything, what the effects and how to influence the subconscious mind. That seems to be his main focus here when working with ketamine on people. And they got contracts with military hospitals, like veterans hospitals. So where was MAPS born? Where did the idea come from? Well, Mr. Doblin shares a fascinating story about how the idea for MAPS got started at the Esalen Institute in Big Sur, California. So again, think of it in terms of the Bohemian Grove of the 21st century, where you're having studies going on people, but you're also having these high-level Silicon Valley and people from every institution going there and creating, scheming up new ideas and new movements and new agendas via the Esalen Institute. So who goes to the Esalen Institute?
Esalen, where you just were on the Big Sur coast, and they stored them at their in-town.
Did you see what happened to Big Sur? What?
Unfortunately, those are I'm not sure why, but Joe Rogan goes to the Esalen Institute. He's talking to Bruce Damer there. And if you haven't watched that interview with Bruce Damer, please watch that, at least the first 20 minutes of it or so. It's very telling. So we're going to transition on into the Esalen Institute here. So the Esalen Institute. Again, like I said, who visits the Esalen Institute? Who came out of the Esalen Institute? How much influence did the Esalen Institute have on the culture in shaping our society and the collapsing society of this country of the West? Well, here's some famous assets, cultural change agents coming out of the Esalen Institute. Alan Watts, Aldous Huxley, who inspired the creation of Esalen. Terence McKenna, Joe's boy, Terence McKenna. Timothy Leary, Richard Alpert, Rick Doblin, Straussman, Robert Anton Wilson. Okay? All these assets coming from the Esalen Institute. Having their Soviet handlers at the Esalen Institute dictate to them what they talk about. Most of the agendas on Rogan's podcast are coming from the Esalen Institute. They're originally ideas stemming from the Esalen Institute. Like I stated earlier with the universal basic income, first created at the Esalen Institute, promoted via Alan Watts, now promoted via Joe Rogan's podcast. And we're seeing us pushed in that direction. So, the Esalen Institute. In 1962, Michael Murphy and Dick Pierce famously founded the Esalen Institute. Less well known is the fact that they founded this institute based on advice coming from an older generation of mentors, such as Aldous Huxley, the guy who wrote The Brave New World Blueprint. Him and his brother Julian Huxley. Julian Huxley promoted the idea of chaos via political, economic, etc. landscape for a brave new world to rise out of it, a centrist movement. I'm paraphrasing here. Actually, let me pull that up because this is important. His brother and Aldous was involved in the exact same agendas. And Brave New World is a blueprint. So Julian Huxley, The End of Evolution, a new categorical imperative, this is coming from his agenda, Julian Huxley's agenda, Aldous' brother, purposely create tension across the political, social, economic, etc. planes via liberalism, communism, and fascism. Now you can look at Trump as fascist. That's what he's portrayed as. So a collective new humanity will emerge. A collective new humanity will emerge. Now remember this clip? A collective new humanity will emerge. All this stems back to
Yeah, I'm hoping that having him in office is that the whole thing was such a clusterfuck and that so many people are so disturbed that it's going to make people more politically active and more aware of the consequences of having someone like that in office.
Yeah, and actually, weirdly, unifying.
Yeah.
Because
weirdly unifying. Okay, interesting. Mentors such as Aldous Huxley, Alan Watts, Joseph Campbell. Now, Campbell, if you are unaware of these people, which is understandable because this research is suppressed, they've kept Jan Irvin, who really dug all this stuff out and droned through documents and things to make this information available. This is a huge agenda that they don't want in the public domain. Go look at Jan Irvin's Logos Media. Go check out Logos Media. Read his articles over there, and please dive into his brain database. He has all the connections there. It is beautifully done. All the footnotes. You can spend months in the thing. This is an important agenda that is unfolding before us right now, with history going into the past and then continuing into the future. All these people are covered by Jan Irvin, with Lawrence Rockefeller being another major supporter of Campbell. Lawrence Rockefeller was also an important behind-the-scenes advisor to Michael Murphy since the founding stages of Esalen and donated millions of dollars to the Institute. Again, the Rockefellers are always there. Is that why Joe thinks it's ridiculous? Are the Rockefellers ridiculous? The Rothschild agents, the Rockefellers, are they ridiculous? I don't think so. The Packard Foundation, Ford Foundation, Carnegie Foundation, all had some involvement with the Esalen Institute in the early 60s and early 70s, which otherwise appears to have been reasonably profitable on its own. It would be clear what forces were behind the founding Esalen Institute. It should be clear what forces were behind the founding of the Esalen Institute, an institute we will get back to in a later chapter. Okay? It's all footnoted. Those are all the references. Again, Esalen Institute. The sensitivity training and, quote, sexual encounter programs of the most radical California groups, such as Esalen Institute and its many imitators, were all developed and implemented by Tavistock Institute psychologists. Tavistock involved. Esalen Institute is Tavistock involved. Again, this is a hard book to find, and it's basically one of their only published ones on them doing studies and documenting those studies that you can find. It's pretty lukewarm as far as what they're doing here, but it's thought architecture. It's all about how to dictate the subconscious. Now, anybody can go to Esalen Institute if you pay, but you're going to be experimented on, and you're going to be an experiment essentially for future programs and future operations. Okay, so I want to read this article just so people have a better understanding of what the Esalen Institute was used for and how much the Soviet Union was involved in the Esalen Institute. I want to hopefully pull up. Okay, let me show you this real quick. This is from, I can't believe I'm drawing a blank on it. This is a book by, An End to Ordinary History is what it is. And it's all about the, the men who stare at goats type operations, which I'm going to get into later, which is involved with all this stuff, but it's really a smokescreen. It's about those operations, the CIA and the KGB and their interest in it. Okay. So it was written by Dick Pierce, one of the founding members of Esalen, and it's heavily influenced by Esalen. It's supposedly based on truth. So this is in the beginning of the book. My thanks to Jim Hickman, whose understanding and love of the Soviet Union had informed all of us to work on this book. The Soviet Union was so heavily involved in Esalen, it makes your head spin. Okay, so this is a really good article to refer to, how a famed New Age retreat center helped end the Cold War. As far as understanding of the Soviet influence over Esalen and how much they really dictated that. I'm not going to read the whole article right now for this video. I'm going to do another video where I actually go through it because it's a long article. Crazy. But I'm going to read some of the key points. Again, just so you have an understanding, the Soviet Union promoted its foreign policy through the World Peace Council and other front organizations. So the Soviets had a hard time running operations via the West Coast, and they found an in with the hippie movement, the drug culture, the hippie culture. This is a good way to infiltrate and subvert the West from within. That's exactly what they were trying to do, and what they're still trying to do, because the Soviet Union still exists to this day. You all should understand that. It was a synthetic breakup. The defectors predicted it. Anatoly Golitsyn predicted it to a T. So I'll just briefly mention some of the stuff this article talks about. People from Estland were allowed to go over to the Soviet Union and literally hand out literature. Okay, no issue. Americans in the Soviet Union just handing out literature. Red flag. They were doing things like helping Soviet engineers, giving Soviet engineers information on how to redirect rivers and stuff like that. Like literal treason was going on via the Estland Institute. And they would bring KGB people in. And there was a lot of compromising going on there, because this is what goes on there. A bunch of naked people in the hot springs. A lot of stuff goes on at the Estland Institute. So it's a great place to compromise people. And that's a lot of what's going on there. Similar to Bohemian Grove. So there's a lot of KGB agents there. That's all listed and documented. Again, a lot of the Estland people.
Similar to Epstein Island, too. And here we are again. I remember when he made this, it was maybe 6, 7 years ago, 8, 9, maybe 10 years ago. Whoop. But we're coming full circle.
We thought Trump was going to come in and a lot of things are going to be resolved.
Yeah.
We're going to drain the swamp. We're going to figure everything out. And when you have this one hardcore line in the sand that everybody had been talking about forever, and then they're trying to gaslight you on that.
Well, you would have thought
that
Dan...
your phone?
Yeah, I hope not. Oh, it's my wife. Should I answer?
Silent, buddy.
Yeah, it's on. It was on silent, but it still goes. How does that happen?
Your
and
phone's
it still
compromised.
Goes. My phone
CIA
is compromised.
doesn't trust you. You're friends with me.
Well,
they don't trust you anymore.
They did call me this morning. What are you going to talk about? I don't know.
Joe Rogan's CIA handler is back in the studio to set things straight after everything that's been going on since Rogan took a short European holiday with his family. So now that Joe's back, it makes sense that Mike Baker would make an appearance on JRE. He's got this uncanny ability to turn up at the most fortuitous times to walk Joe through what's really going on behind the scenes. People have been calling it in the comments for a couple of weeks now, saying things like, it's only a matter of time before Mike Baker makes an appearance on JRE to give us the CIA's narrative on Epstein. And the comments in this episode did not disappoint either. Mike Baker once again changing the batteries for the bugs he put in Joe's studio. All right, let's see what the CIA's position on current events is. So I think I've actually figured out how Mike Baker's been bugging Joe's studio. If you recall, last time he was in there, I pointed out that he holds his cigar in a very strange way. And this time I again noticed he holds his pen in a strange way as well, which led me to conclude that the bug is in the pen. Joe's probably always wondering why Mike accidentally leaves his pens behind every time he visits the studio, so he keeps them for him in a little tin in the middle of the table. That's why you never actually see Mike writing with the pen. It's just a placeholder in his hand until he's ready to leave it behind. But as you saw in the intro there was quite a bit of talk about the CIA in this episode, much more than usual, and a lot of it was Mike defending the agency and playing down his relationship with them.
We have a really nice relationship. They don't tell me what to say. If I go on TV to talk about something, they just like, it's not like they're going to call up and say, well, here's our view on this.
They trust you.
Yeah, they trust me. I'm not going to open my yap and talk sources and methods, just talk from an operational perspective. But yeah, so that was my wife, which reminds me, it's my boy Muggsy's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Muggsy.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Shout out to Muggsy. Happy birthday, brother. And shout out to the other two, Schmucko and Fucko as well. Sounds like such a wholesome family. But as usual, guys, there's absolutely nothing to see here. Everything is completely normal. Just keep calm and carry on. Rogan's just out here asking questions, so don't expect him to have the answers or to provide any sort of pushback against his guests who come on his show to spout their narratives. And even though Joe has access to all the people involved in this, for some reason, he routinely asks questions after the fact that he could have easily asked them when they were actually on his show, sitting across from him in the studio.
The Epstein stuff is so crazy because when Kash Patel was on here and he was like, there's nothing. And I was like, what are you talking?
Yeah.
I didn't even know what to say. My thought was, and people are like, why didn't you push back more? My thought was like, I'm just going to put this out there and let the internet do its work. Because there's nothing I can, the guy's saying there's no tapes, there's no video. That doesn't make any sense. He didn't know about the Michael Baden stuff, the autopsy stuff, where it showed that he had 3 broken bones in his neck, which never happens.
Prove it.
We have a film. We're going to release that film. And the film has a minute missing from it.
Yeah.
Like, do you think we're babies? Like, what is this?
Also, you got people, including Dan Bongino, right, making bank for a couple of years talking about how awful it is, and we got to get this huge conspiracy, and then you release a 2-page memo that says, there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, because you're walking by your bedroom window and you see a little laser, red laser moving across your chest. But how does Pam Bondi say we have thousands of hours, and then Kash Patel says we don't have anything, and then Tim Dillon said he has lunch with J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance says that 10,000 hours is commercial pornography.
Right. Yeah. You think this freak show of Epstein wasn't like, it didn't have hidden cameras or wasn't taped or whatever? I mean, come on.
So 100%.
It's so obvious that Rogan hasn't figured out exactly what's going on here. It's so plain and simple for everyone to see but himself. Every single one of Rogan's guests has an agenda, whether it's a comedian, an author, filmmaker, or a scientist. But when it comes to politicians, they're all compromised in different ways. That's what he doesn't seem to understand. Getting the FBI director, Kash Patel, on the show when Elon Musk was dropping bombs on Twitter, accusing Trump of being on the Epstein list, and seeing him squirm and weasel his way out of discussing it should have been the clearest sign yet that his guests are all compromised. There's so much to unpack here.
If you haven't yet considered the idea that the whole Epstein thing is just a massive distraction, I think it's about time. Pretty much anything reported in the mainstream, you really have to question, especially when they're completely validating a story that may completely not even exist or be fabricated by the government. And, every guy they have on Rogan where they talk about it that's an official, it validates the story and makes it seem real to billions and billions of people, when it's probably just a ruse to get us distracted with something besides the bad things the government's doing. Blame it on the personalities within the government, not the actual government. Meanwhile, World War III. And guess what? Nobody's talking about World War III anymore because they're talking about Epstein and P. Diddy and stuff like that.
And not even World War III. I'm thinking when it comes to the land grabs that have been happening in the last few years, like from disasters happening in Hawaii, in China, like all this stuff is happening. They're getting their network built up now.
Palestine.
And we're still distracted by the P. Diddy and the Epstein crap when there's something else much more pressing happening right now.
Yeah. Like, you aren't based unless you can see this shit, in my opinion. You know what? Like, if you could see the obvious psyops and the obvious distractions, and that means you're based. And if you can't, and if you fall for this shit, it means you're a normie as you can be.
I mean, it's all compromised. If you see what's happening, like in Palestine, all this 70 years of terror, Zionists terrorizing, and if you see who is involved in all that stuff, right? It's crazy. Like, I always say to people, like, oh, free Palestine, and then these guys, oh, Israel defended itself, and then I say, man, you know what allowed Zionism to exist, or what? I don't want any flag to exist, any waving of flags. Like, statism open the gates for Zionism, for everything else, right? So
exactly,
go deeper
Yeah.
You know, like free the people of geographic name Palestine, but you know, like fuck government
Fuck yeah.
also. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Fuck Israel. I mean, I don't
Don't
want
allow another government to exist once you get your freedom.
Like UN is gonna recognize Palestine. Like I mean,
Fucking who
fuck
cares?
like, what? Like it's all games, you know. Like UN. I mean, crazy. Like
And
who
when
are
it
they,
comes to Israel and Palestine, what people forget to make the connection with are the Ashkenazi Jews of the old Khazarian Empire. Nobody thinks
from
about
Ukraine.
that.
Yeah, from the Ukraine is the modern day Ukraine is where they come from. I think. I mean, it's all Kabbalah. It's all Talmud. Crazy
We
stuff.
found out that Ali is a Eastern European Jewess.
So hard right now.
Are you so Macedonian or something like that?
We got to be worried about around this one.
I mean,
No comment.
yeah, there's a lot here. I mean, Budapest. Yeah.
Even going to give you a hot take on what I think's really going on with Trump and the Epstein list, which I don't usually do.
Yeah, I don't really
but you
care
know what?
about
Fuck it.
this guy.
I'm already balls deep in this shit as it is. And so when it comes to compromised guests, it's never been more obvious that Mike Baker is still a company man. People joke that he's Rogan's CIA handler, but after watching this episode, it's never been clearer to me that he really is. Just listen to the way he fumbles his way through this answer to Joe's question and reveals the real reason he turned up to Joe's studio that day.
What do you think, from your perspective, what do you think that was all about? Who do you think was involved in that? Do you think it was the Mossad? Do you think it was some rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a coordinated effort?
You know what? I know this. There's a lot of talk about. Did he have some sort of intel connection? Right.
Right.
That from my perspective, it's complete speculation. But I will say, like from an operational perspective, if you see a guy like this who's super connected and all the way back to 2008 was like his first trial, right? So he's had a long history of these problems. If I'm Chinese intel, right, and I just read the goddamn entertainment news, and there's these rumors and allegations of high level people flying off to his island, I'm going to think that's interesting. If I can get somebody right inside that operation, whether it's Ghislaine Maxwell or whether it's Epstein himself, whether it's somebody who's just on the outskirts of it, maybe I'll start picking up some pretty interesting leverageable information on people that maybe I want to influence.
If that doesn't convince you this guy still reports to Langley, then I've got a bridge to sell you. See the way he gave the most basic answer possible, but slipped China into the fray? He gave the most high-level basic explanation of what everybody already knows, but made sure to use China as an example and not the CIA or Mossad. This next bit, though, was kind of disturbing. I don't get why nobody's pulled Joe aside and explained to him that when he says things like this, it's really not a good look and makes it real hard to defend.
And it's so funny to me that it's always comes down to like carnal needs. When you get to like this Bill Gates level and Bill Clinton level, you can't just go pick up gals at the bar.
Yeah,
you know
it's a
what I
little
mean?
tough. Yeah.
So if you're a super famous super freak, and you like chasing skirts, but you can't do it. Like, what do you do?
Well, you do what he did, right? Which is you get somebody to procure for you, which apparently was primarily Maxwell.
He sees utility in it,
operating as his pimp or whatever the female version of a pimp is.
Curator.
Yeah, it's a curator.
Oh yeah.
No. The word isn't curator. The word you guys are looking for is trafficker. You know how Ghislaine Maxwell is currently serving 20 years for trafficking? She's not in prison.
Yeah, so Joe's around CIA guys still, obviously. And they use him to get their opinions out, obviously. It's pretty
whack,
sus. Pretty whack, bro.
In your conscious telekinesis, psychic warfare, these are covered. These are smoke screens. And they're using the smoke screen to run these operations. And there's a lot in this article. Like I said, I'm going to do a separate video on it and just go through the whole article. Astronauts were interacting there, with KGB people. They would bring the scientists in. Let me get down to Boris.
Operation Paperclip.
So Yeltsin came to America. This is before he was selected to be president. Came to America via the Esalen Institute, and they brought him around. They showed him around America. And after he came to America via the Esalen Institute, he was instated as the president. Okay? Esalen and Tavistock working together. This is track 2 diplomacy. People involved, that's where that term comes from, Esalen, track 2 diplomacy. The idea was to forge new lines of communication between Cold War powers by bringing some of the USSR's leading scientists and spiritualists to Esalen Institute to mix with their counterparts in the United States. Maybe we all have common goals. Sounds pretty treasonous to me. Sounds like they were setting up for a brave new world. It sounds like the Soviets had a lot of influence over our people, and they were trading information back and forth. That's how some of the folks from Stanford Research Institute in Silicon Valley, who would one day be responsible for funding and building the biggest technologies firms, met up with the Russian cosmonists. Now, this is all via Esalen Institute. They set up a series of events at Esalen's Big Sur campus. So you're having these, these Silicon Valley people meet up with these Russian scientists, meeting up with these Russian cosmonists, scientists, okay? So again, why do we see all these Soviet Jews running the high technology? I mean, if you, some of you are hopefully aware of like the Talpiot guys and their research. I think most of it's pretty much off the internet at this point, unfortunately, but the whole Talpiot program and what you see going on in Israel is all these Soviet Jews dictating Israel, because that's what Israel is. It's a backdoor into the West. So again, a lot of it's happening via the Esalen Institute. Okay, so these cosmonists, these Russian cosmonists who were communists at the time, the cosmonists went the furthest into its visions of transformation, calling for the end of death and the resurrection of the dead and a free movement in cosmic space. Now, these are key narratives originating from Soviets, okay? Cosmonists influenced Soviet politics and technology. The cosmonists told Americans, LSD-taking spiritualists, that technology could give them a way to beat death. So these are the agendas originating out of Esalen. So I think you're starting to understand what's going on here. We're not being beaten by machines, but by a league of tech billionaires who have been taught to believe that humans are the problem and technology is the solution. We must become aware of their agenda and fight it if we're going to survive. Now, that's a key quote. I want to play this clip here. There's some interesting stuff going on here.
Rudolph II, supported. He funded these alchemists. Yeah. And the initial project.
Now, this is Bruce Damer speaking here. High-level DOD, like I said, friends with Joe Rogan, good friends with Dennis McKenna to the point where they smoke DMT together. And Bruce gets ideas for science via the DMT. He works with NASA. He works with these think tanks. Actually, well, I'll play that in a minute.
The project was not to turn lead into gold, but to animate. Rudolph II, supported. He funded these alchemists. Yeah. And the initial project was not to turn lead into gold, but to animate matter from dead to alive. Yeah. And that's been a passion of mine for a long time. But it was
a passion of yours has been to bring the dead back to life.
Or so goes on to bring the dead back to life. What did this clip say? What were the Soviet cosmonists interested in? Where did that go? Where did that go? Vision went furthest into visions of transformation for calling for the end of death and the resurrection of the dead and free movement in cosmic space. Where do we see these agendas pushed constantly? We see these agendas pushed constantly on Alex Jones, and we see these agendas pushed constantly through the intellectual dark web and Joe Rogan. Okay, so are we starting to see where their agenda is originating?
Wow.
Let's get back to this clip here.
Wow. On the cycle forever. But we're far from the big win. But we're getting into the territory where if we could completely turn this around, we're going to the next level. Life extension, everything. It's really amazing. Sitting here on this planet with this incredible potential of space colonies and life extension and unlimited cloning.
Something like a solar energy or consciousness or something like
Yes,
that.
yes, a form, like an Aquinas form, right?
Right,
But yes,
right.
I think that those are actually two different things in Judaism as well. Like the idea of Tichiyat HaMetim, which is the idea of resurrection of the dead, that's a different idea than what happens after you die, right?
Right.
Tichiyat HaMetim is the idea that eventually the Messiah comes, that we'll all be resurrected back in our physical bodies at a certain point, which, you know, honestly, given the nature of how science is moving and the possibilities of cloning, is actually less crazy than it sounded probably a couple of thousand years ago.
Yeah.
I was born on Earth.
Go ahead.
So YHWH means I will be what I will be. And this is a hive mind that uses our own minds to suck our life force out of us. And all this DMT and stuff is released at birth and death. And this is what they use. This is the hypercube. It's our own consciousness weaponized against us. That's why it requires blood sacrifices. It's a complete imposter. It's a shadow god. It's an eclipse over divinity.
Yeah. Based.
Microphone drop.
I was the richest man on several planets by the age of 74. The first time.
Now, this is from a show which I believe is predictive programming, and it's all about transferring your consciousness into clones, which I think is the actual agenda. I think the whole concept, which is pushed by Esalen, is the idea that uploading your consciousness into this hive computer is not the actual agenda. I think that is a false agenda, like what Elon Musk promotes. The real agenda is using clones and other things like that. Bruce Damer also agrees with me. He'll speak the real agenda. That's what he does best. He talks openly about these things. And so, again, I think this is really what's going on.
When I died, I was 99. New technology transferred my consciousness to a new body. For 263 years, I sleeved into new bodies, living on in perfect health.
A vault for your every memory, your every secret, immune to aging and disease. The body will decay, but your memories live on in someone else's body. Your new slave. This is a critical step. It makes death itself only a memory.
Or no, Sunday at the National Space Society's annual event. I'm talking about China's new Silk Road.
This is key here as well. I'm going to skip over this for now because that's going to be the next thing I mention here.
Its economy.
Actually,
Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, the two guys who can save us by opening a platinum highway in the sky. What does that mean? A platinum highway in the sky means a space economy.
I foresaw in Brave New World, partly by these new techniques of propaganda. They will do it by bypassing the sort of rational side of man and appealing to his subconscious and his deeper emotions and his physiology even, and so making him actually love his slavery. I mean, I think this is the danger, that actually people may be in some ways petty under the new regime.
So they love their slavery. First off, psychologically manipulated. Secondly, I'm offering you miracles. So you have your Peter Thiel types, your Elon Musk types offering you these miracles, these technologies, okay? Giving you this technology so you love them for it. And they use it as a method to control you, giving you these new plant-based psychedelic medicines, you know, that might actually have some benefits, but they're using it as a method of control. They're the ones dictating it. They're the ones using it against you.
But they will be happy in situations where they oughtn't to be happy.
The fourth world. Now, this is an actual agenda, the fourth world, and this is exactly what we see going on here.
No one really talks about the fourth world, do they? That's because we haven't seen the fourth world come about. The fourth world came up in the title of the Congress I attended. It was called the Fourth World Wilderness Congress. Maurice Strong said it was called the Fourth World because it was the fourth one of these environment congresses that Edmund de Rothschild had created. I learned later that the world order refers to the coming one world government as the fourth world. World control by the world order, where there is no more first, second, and third world. Just a boundaryless planet, which is called the fourth world wilderness. Yogis and shamans refer to
fourth world wilderness dictated via Israel, at the center, at the hub.
It as the fourth world wilderness, the lostness of the mind. The lostness of the mind refers to the collective consciousness. Persons will be coerced through lies, drugs, fear, and pain to surrender themselves, their egos, to the collective consciousness. The fourth world will be a return to a society much like the Caesars or Babylon or the Fourth Reich. Within the fictionalized societies described in Huxley's Brave New World and Brave New World Revisited and Orwell's classic 1984. We will flourish with only a whimper. The world order wants to create a new society out of the ashes of chaos. A collectivist fourth world complete with a collectivist religion, collectivist finance, and unchecked world national socialism. The world order will offer Gaia, Mother Earth, to the masses.
I don't think national socialism. I think international socialism, and I think the universal basic income has a lot to do with that.
As the big brother image to worship in the fourth world.
But you can hang
small dose.
Cultural mission.
We'll play these clips in a moment here. I want to finish up while I'm talking about Esalen here and kind of give an example of what comes out of Esalen, you know, some of the operations that come out of it. So, Mind War. Michael Aquino, the famous Setian. The fifth degree of initiation is Maga, M-A-G-A. That's a fifth degree of initiation in the Temple of Set, which originates out of the Church of Satan, who he was also heavily involved with early on. So Aquino, who loves the Soviets, was very close with the Soviets. So let's read this. Aquino was deeply involved in what has been called the Revolution in Military Affairs, or RMA, the introduction of the most kooky, third-wave, New Age ideas into military long-range planning, which introduced such notions such as information warfare and cyber warfare.
Triggered, Marty.
Lexicon. In the early 1980s, at the same time, Heidi and Alvin Toffler, mentioned him earlier, were spinning their Tavistock third-wave utopian claptrap to some of the Air Force's, which is Air Force Space Command, which Zach is a part of. Air Force's top brass, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, who was the first Army space officer, and other U.S. Army Colonel Paul Vallely, who completely supports Israel and supports the idea of Israel dictating the world. We're co-authoring an article for the Military Review. Now, that article, Mind War. So, Carol Marshall, or Sherry Seymour, who is the one who unraveled the whole Promise Gate scandal, very well-respected research, private investigator, very well respected. So, she persists that the Vallely and Aquino paper, which is Mind War, virtually spawned the entire revolution in military affairs. And its approach to warfare, military operations other than MOOTW, and its asymmetric approach to warfare and military operations other than MOOTW, and viewing mainstream media as potential mind war operatives or alternative media. In a follow-up U.S. Air Force Academy study, we learned why warfare must become multi-dimensional. The fifth dimension, information warfare, information overload. That's the fifth dimension of warfare. So this is from so the spectrum of conflict as portrayed in most readings is single dimension, linear, and continuous. It must be replaced by a multi-dimensional model, perhaps even a non-linear and discontinuous. Topographical mathematicians would call it a manifold, hence the name conflict manifold. Its primary characteristic is multidimensional. Now, the guy who termed the intellectual dark web is a mathematician. And as we see with this Trump media, the nonlinear warfare is completely out of control. Let's listen to this.
It's almost like there's too many things happening for one person to pay attention to all of them. And if you're only focusing
informational overload.
Yes,
Exactly.
If you're only, but hold on, if you're only
information overload, nonlinear warfare. So mind war, which originates out of Esalen, according to Michael Aquino. Let me see if I can, right here. This is where he admits it. He's admitted it a bunch of times, but this is a clip that you should go watch. He comes out of Esalen. Excuse me, I don't know what happened there. It comes out of Esalen, the Esalen Institute. It comes out of studies, unpublished papers called the Transformation Project, where according to him, they were studying thought architecture, or how to manipulate the subconscious mind, how to dictate the subconscious mind, where 95% of your thought process, that's a conservative number, 95% of your thought process takes place. So your database that you're pulling information from, your the external stimuli that you absorb to create your algorithmic thinking, your initial thought, your conscious thought, is being pulled from the subconscious. So these guys were working out via the Esalen Institute, who actually, Aquino got in contact with these guys because of their published works with the Soviet influence, their published works with Soviet thought architecture, which Aquino somehow intimately knew, the Soviet research there. So this is the core structure of mind war, which is exactly what Alex Jones's operation is. Oh man, I should have that clip ready. Shoot. I'll insert it in here.
Like it. We have the zeitgeist. If you wanted to use an allegory, InfoWars has pulled the sword Excalibur. Others can't pull it. We pulled it. Trump pulled it. You pulled it. But if you don't use Excalibur, it's worthless. I am using Excalibur. Doesn't mean I'm perfect. Doesn't mean I'm not going to make mistakes or stumble or fall. Or at the end of this, not make it myself. But the new republic, the rebirth, will be launched. That's what it's all about. All right. Boy, you know, Scott Adams, CNN is losing the mind war. I have some smart advisors, but I do what I think I should do. They've begged me not to tell you this. But I will, because my weapon is the truth.
This is from the Mind War paper that spawned the revolution in military affairs, the future Soviet warfare theory within this country. These media are, of course, the electronic media, television and radio. Alex was one of the first TV radio broadcasters. That's what a podcast essentially is, television, radio. State-of-the-art developments in satellite communication and video recording techniques. Remember, this is in 1980. Like the sword Excalibur, we have to reach out and seize this tool. And it can transform the world for us if we have the courage and the integrity to enhance civilization with it. If we do not accept Excalibur, then we relinquish our ability to inspire foreign cultures with our morality. If they then desire moralities unsatisfactory to us, we have no choice but to fight them on a more brutish level. So I'm not sure why I don't have the rest of it in there, but anyway, the core structure of Mind War is this and weaponizing truth. Using truth as a weapon. The Mind War operative must know that he speaks the truth. So taking bits of truthful information and using it as a weapon. And our boy Bruce Damer knows all about knows all about Andy Marshall, and we'll get into Bruce Damer here in a minute.
Branch. So Andrew Marshall is one of these. He's a shaman. He
boy.
goes very quiet between communities. And what he
Where'd he get those
do,
pants?
get this,
So he's a shaman. Now, Andrew Marshall's the guy who
Actually,
initially instated, heavily involved in 9/11 as well. Andrew Marshall is the guy. He was originally appointed under Nixon, and he's the one who took Aquino and Valley's papers and their ideas and everybody else who was promoting it, and instated it within this country. It stated the future Soviet warfare theories. Now, in the Project for the New American Century, they say take advantage, post-2001, take advantage of these future Soviet warfare theories. And we've certainly seen that happen. So he calls himself a shaman, code word. So again, he says he's a shaman. He very quietly goes in between communities. So you could look at like Rogan's podcast. He's essentially a shaman on his podcast where he goes and snakes in between these communities.
Wizards, shamans, swords.
Wizard
my
faggotry.
hammer.
Wizard faggotry.
Oh, join the wizard faggotry. Get your hammer, get your sword, get your superpower.
Get your magic rocks and your magic gold spray from Boza.
Magic gold spray. Are we
Magic gold spray.
Do you see
Literal
how
snake oil.
Do you see how Matthew North is basically shooting from the hip here, and he's way better than Michael Tessarion with all his fucking word salads? Because it's not a symbolism boner. This is not some Freudian psychoanalysis session or some L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons Fap Factory. You know, this is like real stuff, and that's why Matthew North, like, he talks how I think, and that's what's so depressing about the truth movement. It's just full of grifters, and I'm like, you bastards, you know?
It goes. Oh my God.
You bastards! Da-na-na-na-na. Yep.
You crazy, Darren.
We do some kind of a practice. It's sort of a kind of global, multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-technic shamanism. And I've been doing this for about 25 years. And what that is what I call put yourself on the shelf. Get the idea? Yourself is parked on the shelf, and then you dive into another world. And for me, this has been these delightful worlds of Pentagon think tanks, NASA mission design,
etc. Okay. So that's Bruce Damer. And again, like I said, we'll get into him in a moment. Oh, here's from Joe Rogan's podcast.
Gerlach? What is Gerlach?
Gerlach. Oh, you haven't been out there, huh?
No, I love hippies in small doses. Hippies to me are like pizza. You know, I can't eat pizza every day for like a month.
I was with, but you can hang around Pentagon people. And
yes, I could probably hang around your camp. If I went out there,
billionaire
really
camps
dirty people
with Sherpas.
Sherpas.
That's
they brought Sherpas.
You know, they're white people.
White Sherpas.
They're servers for the billionaires in their billionaire camps.
Oh, that's too much.
And they have walls of motorhomes.
I want to hang out with 100.
So he's over there at Burning Man, which is another excellent type of deal. Major importance with Burning Man. And he has these white slaves that are serving the billionaires in their billionaire class, which is what he is, high-level DOD, etc. And he wants Joe Rogan to come out with him. Now, I also want you to look at that shirt, Mad Scientist. Now, I posted this interview in my community section on my YouTube channel. Check that out. And I put an emphasis on
He stole this from India.
Mad or Mao Scientist for a better tomorrow. And that was long before, a couple weeks before the Joe Rogan podcast with Alex Jones. Let's listen to what Alex had to say.
They're making their move right now.
Who's they?
The globalist technocracy, the mad scientists, the guys that want to learn the secrets of the universe,
So
probably
what
already
you're
have
saying,
them.
The mad scientists. Interesting statement there, Alex. The mad scientists. So this is Bruce Damer with, I might as well just get all this out of the way right now. This is Bruce Damer talking to Joe about Dennis.
There's only been 2 people ever that Dennis McKenna has recommended for this podcast. You and Josh Wickerham. So that puts you in very lofty company.
Dennis McKenna recommended Bruce Damer on Joe Rogan's podcast. Interesting. Dennis McKenna, of course, heavily involved in maps and everything we've covered.
You know what? Here's a secret that I'll tell you on air.
Oh, well, it won't be a secret.
It won't be a secret.
Might want to mime it.
So Dennis hasn't been to Burning Man.
Dennis McKenna. Good. Me and him, same page.
So
Two old guys who don't want to party with young kids.
So I told him that to tell you that Dennis would only go to Burning Man if you went.
Oh, did you do it the opposite way?
You're
playing us against each other?
There you go.
Yeah, that doesn't work with me. But thanks. That's sweet.
So Gerlach.
I would go anywhere with him, though.
You go anywhere with Dennis?
Yeah, I really would go with him just to talk to him for days.
Yeah, he's amazing. The world's most amazing.
Okay, and then also I wanted to point out there that was total LA vibes by Rogan there. I mean, complete LA. Like, oh, thanks, that was sweet. Like, okay, Joe.
Yay.
Anyway, I want to wrap this up or move on to some of the Pentagon connections with Joe and his whole operation here quickly, because I was talking about Jones and Mind War and stuff like that. This is interesting. Doom, this is just an interesting connection. Doom was created by the military, initially funded by the U.S. Marine Corps, to train people how to kill other human beings. This is all admitted. You can read articles about it. And who was a major proponent of promoting Doom? Joe Rogan. They also made the video game Quake, which he still promotes. And Alex Jones promotes Doom as well. So Doom, this is actually one of the most iconic images from when I was younger. I used to see this picture everywhere, and there's the Doom in the background. And there's Alex Jones promoting Doom, wearing the wristband. So it's like this game created by military intelligence is given to these information age assets to spread to the public. Just like other information and other agendas are given them to spread to the public. Again, Doom. Okay, so I want to move on into Joe Rogan's producer here real quick. And Joe Rogan's producer, Jamie, is pretty self-explanatory to me, or at least should be. Now, I want you to ask yourself this question. Joe Rogan has one of the highest level podcasts out there, and he has a producer that struggles. He's not a very good producer. He's not horrible. He's better than I would be, but he struggles to produce his show. He's always having issues. There's always technical issues. Ask yourself, why would Joe keep someone like that who can't run the show properly at his level? Why is that? Well, first I want to show you this.
And I've talked to a lot of people in law enforcement, military.
So Joe hangs out with a lot of people in law enforcement and military. Now, this is an interesting story Jamie told on the podcast.
Yeah, a friend of my dad in the 80s, he was on his way, I believe, to Beirut, and he was being tracked. He found out once he got back, he met Ronald Reagan, and when he met President Reagan, he said, "It's nice to meet you. We've been following you." And he's like, "Excuse me? Been following me?" He's like, "Yeah, we found out there was like a threat like after you." I think he fainted on the spot or something like that. He had no idea.
There was a threat.
Yeah. He was just going to deliver hot dogs. His name was Hot Dog Harry. He was trying to like, help the troops and stuff.
What was the threat?
They were trying to kill him.
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
At one
delivering
point,
hot
yeah,
dogs?
at one point, a car pulled up next to him, and a guy with a gun had it like right to his head. And the cab driver thankfully knew what was happening, like took off, and he didn't die. But
why were they going to kill him just for delivering hot dogs?
I don't remember the exact situation. Like they weren't happy he was over there trying to help.
So Hot Dog Harry sounds like an intelligence asset to me. And I think that's exactly what he was. For example, let me do this first. Okay, so you should watch this on your own. I'm not going to play the whole clip here, but Operation America Loves You was where they were delivering hot dogs in Beirut, and Hot Dog Harry was involved there with Jamie's dad, Michael Vernon, who we'll get into here in a minute.
I think Matthew messed up there. Because he just showed a video of Red Band, not Jamie. And he's doing this story that's a Red Band story, not a Jamie story. Not that Red Band couldn't be also compromised, but I'd be pretty surprised.
So, book says Israel could have prevented 1983 barracks bombing with AM spybook pan. Okay, so, or in Lebanon, excuse me, Hot Dog Harry was there a week before this massive casualty of Marines blown up. And Israel could have prevented it. Now, this is the same story over and over again. Israel sets up our American troops to die for their benefit. And you're trying to tell me Hot Dog Harry was there a week before just delivering hot dogs, and people were trying to kill him and everything just for delivering hot dogs? Doesn't make sense. Sounds like an intelligence asset. Sounds like a Mossad asset to me. So let's go to Hot Dog Harry here. Let me show you Hot Dog Harry first. So let me show you a picture here of Hot Dog Harry, Jamie's dad's friend, best friend. Here he is. And, of course, he's Jewish. And there he is rocking the CCCP, Soviet Union shirt. He also spent time in the Soviet Union as well.
What more do you
trying
need?
to tell me he's not a Mossad asset? I mean, give me a break. So this is from Jamie's dad's book about Hot Dog Harry. So he was Barbara Streisand. This is before she was famous. He was he used to sell sewing machines, and he was going to repo her sewing machine. And she asked him if he's Jewish. And he said, of course, yes. Harry asked, Harry, work with me here. I won't let you down. And of course, he worked with her. Today, we know her as Miss James Brolin. That's right. The movie star, the legendary singer and producer, Miss Barbara Streisand. So, of course, he's Jewish, and he's working with other Jews. That just shows you how they operate. He met famous people like Trumpman Capote and Tennessee Williams when he was younger. A Jewish lawyer could help. Being a good Jew, that's what you do. He helped a Jewish lawyer get out of Havana, who helped him. And this was an interesting quote. Harry's life is blessed to have the right people come into it at just the right times. Now that is because he's Jewish, and that's how it works for Jews. They help each other out. It's that simple. And one more quote from Michael Vernon's book, Jamie's Dad, about Hot Dog Harry. Harry explained when he was delivering a sewing machine to the Rothschilds that his parents used to know them in the old country. So Hot Dog Harry used to deliver things to the Rothschilds' house, and he said his parents used to know the Rothschilds in the old country. Interesting connection, Hot Dog Harry. Interesting connection. So let's just go through some of these pictures. This is from Jamie's dad's Facebook. So just to prove that it's his dad. Military family. Salute to my class, 1576 Battalion 2, Naz, Pensacola. That's his class. He is Navy. Michael Vernon, his father is Navy, and his base that he came out of specializes in information warfare. That's very interesting. And then Michael went on to create a radio station. There is the radio station. There's Hot Dog
The whole
Harry.
hot dog and sewing
Harry.
machine
Some stuff
screams
about Hot Dog
code
Harry.
word to me. It screams Pizzagate. I think Hot Dog Harry actually was involved in high-level human trafficking, and that's what he brought in as an asset.
Interesting. Could that be Epstein? Hot Dog Harry?
He could be very well connected because all these people, they're connected in some insidious way. That's the only way their network has been able to stay aloft for so long, is because they all support each other.
Yeah.
It's hot dog, pizza, ice cream, butterflies, and sewing machines.
P-I-Z-Z-A.
It's in the gate.
Yeah.
There he is.
Oh, here we go.
There he is again.
Hey guys, we're about to be
Military
called an
family.
anti-Semite.
Jamie, tagged him in it.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, you get the idea here. That's who. There he is.
We're anti-Semitic
There's
because
Jamie and his father. So
Matthew North said that the
my question
Russians
is,
might be
why does Rogan keep Jamie?
Mossad
Why is Jamie
agents.
still producing the Joe Rogan podcast if he's not that good?
Therefore,
Well, it's very
we're
simple. He comes from a military
anti-Semitic.
family. It's
Got
because
it.
of his military
Fire.
pedigree. Joe
Makes a
Rogan's
lot of
podcast is an operation. It's not what you think it is. It's not organic.
Dumbass.
I had mentioned Bruce Damer before. And this is a very important, interesting connection. Now, this is a book from Howard Bloom, who is one of those intellectual dark web types. He hangs out with the same circles, and he's also involved in the counterculture. He claims that he is the one who actually started it. So let me play this clip real quick in reference to Howard Bloom. This is very important. This is a very important deception that these people are involved in.
Sunday at the National Space Society's annual event. I'm talking about China's new Silk Road versus America's highway in the sky. The new Silk Road, the Chinese government's going to put in.
So if you're unaware of the Belt and Road Initiative, the new Silk Road, unfortunately, I can't direct you to Securing Our Interests. They used to have a wonderful website full of references and articles that
That's
you could really
what we're
dive into it
watching,
and
Bill.
understand that Israel, China, and Russia are taking over the trade, and it's going to be dictated from Israel in the center, like the old Clovis map. They're taking it over, the Belt and Road Initiative, and America's nowhere in the picture. So nobody knows about the Belt and Road Initiative except for this guy and what you'll see what he's banking, what his solution for it is, but it's really a scam. It's a pipe dream to take away from us actually doing something to prevent this Belt and Road Initiative by creating a
Scott's
space
on him
economy.
too.
Okay, so that's
Dumb
like
troll.
mining asteroids and things that are impossible.
Do
I
you
promise you they're
veg
impossible.
in the
It can't
woods?
happen.
Do you want me to
And it never will
rewind it a
happen.
little
It's
bit
a pipe
so you
dream
can still
that people are
list?
going to dump money into, and that money is going to be taken and funneled into other operations for the bigger plan, the Brave New World.
$1 trillion. It's a total of a $20 trillion project. It pulls together something like 66 countries and 3.3 billion people. And I co-founded and chaired something called the Asian Space Technology Summit in Kuala Lumpur last May, just about exactly a year ago. And it was obvious, being in Malaysia, that China has bought Malaysia's heart, that Americans don't count for much anymore. because the Chinese are already spending money. They already own 15 to 20 ports. They own 15 to 20 ports. Piraeus, which is the port of Athens, the city that was the cradle of Western civilization. Guess who owns it? The Chinese. And they're upgrading these ports to do things that no port we've ever seen before has been able to do. So because they have a big vision, a really big vision, they're going to dominate the 21st century.
Now, what he's leaving out is
Imagine
Israel is the main
being
driver
this
behind
guy.
this.
Imagine being this guy. I'm fire here. I'm going to show up mid fucking sentence of a 2.5 hour video. I'm going to show up at the 80% mark, claim everyone's an anti-Semite because I hear the word Jew, demand evidence to something. He didn't say what he wanted evidence to. And then, all right, folks, this is a waste of my time. See ya. What a fucking dill hole. How do you expect to learn anything in life with that fucking way of looking at things? Holy shit. Weird. Weird and just I don't, why even show up? Why even open your mouth instantly? Like, it's not like he was here an hour.
It's almost like he was commanded to do it.
Yeah, what an absolute dill hole. What a worthless, what ignorant dill hole. Ignorant.
Ignore the Russia benefits as well.
The
Soviet Union benefits as well.
Was the American century. This is going to be the Chinese century, unless we counter with an equally big vision. And the big visions are not coming from Donald Trump in Washington, D.C., or from senators and congressmen. They are coming from precisely the people you fingered. They're coming from Washington. They're coming from California. They're coming from Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, the two guys who can save us by opening a platinum highway in the sky.
Really?
What does that mean? A platinum
Two
highway in the
guys,
sky means a space
Elon,
economy.
he's going to save us. Fuck.
Okay. To all those who have stimulated and sustained me. And then he includes Bruce Damer. And then, you know, like Timothy Leary's in here somewhere. A lot of the, okay. So Howard Bloom talking on a message board with Bruce Damer. Now, Bruce Damer is the one who introduced Terrence McKenna to virtual reality. He's the one who set up the satellite on Terrence's house in Hawaii, etc. We've been talking about Bruce Damer, the shaman.
Instead of crying in the comments,
Okay, so
come
Howard
up here and
Bloom
state your
talking to
opinion.
Bruce Damer about, no, this is Channel 4. Richard Metzger from disinfo.com. Disinfo.com. Channel 4, disinfo.com. These are big connections here. So this is Disinformation, the company. That logo is actually interesting in itself. But let's look at key people here. Matt Staggs. Matt Staggs. Who is that? That's Joe Rogan's producer. Okay. Let's just pull that up real quick. Twitter. Now, here he is. This is Joe Rogan's talent booker, the guy behind the scenes. Okay? There's many guys behind the scenes with Joe Rogan, and this is one of them. And he is a key person with Disinfo, working with Bruce Damer, etc., working with Howard Bloom, Bruce Damer, etc. Channel 4. Now, what do we have under documentary films? Endgame, Blueprint for Global Enslavement. That is Alex Jones's film. Now, that Endgame title he took from Paul Valley, the guy I mentioned before with the future Soviet warfare theories. That was initially coined by him, that Alex Jones took from him. But it's interesting, we see Disinfo working with, right, Joe Rogan's talent booker, the guy behind the scenes, working with Alex Jones. Disinfo working with Alex Jones, as well as Channel 4. Now, Channel 4 worked with John Ronson. John Ronson is a guy who wrote The Men Who Stare at Goats. Now, this is an interesting connection.
Yeah, movie. If you haven't seen it, go watch it.
John Ronson. So we're just tying this up with some military connections. John Ronson is the guy who Alex Jones snuck into Bohemian Grove with. Woo! So John Ronson, working with the BBC at that point, is the guy who snuck into Bohemian Grove with Alex Jones, which kickstarted him. So here we see Alex and John hanging out.
This guy got Alex
having John on his show.
This little Jew guy.
And Joe and John hang out, and Joe has John on his show. Okay, so are we seeing how these networks play in with each other? Now, Alex on his last podcast with Joe was talking about how they were in films 20 years ago together. They were in John Ronson's films for the BBC or Channel 4, right, working with Disinfo. Interesting name, right? And then you can go double check Matt Staggs. You can pull up his podcast for Disinfo. He's very interested in concussions, just like Joe is. Very interested in that. You know, I think he'd be interested in my story. You know, if he was somehow able to understand my history, I think he'd be very interested in my life story. But anyway.
Well, with head injuries tend to be smarter. Maybe the word shouldn't be smarter, but the smartest people I know all have head injuries. Maybe that's what he's alluding to. The interest in concussions. People with concussions might be able to bridge some sort of consciousness barriers that people that aren't concussed, maybe something that autism people with autism connect with. I don't know.
I'm
throwing some stuff out there.
I'm on the spectrum, and I've had massive head trauma in my life. And yes, I am neurodivergent. It's all true.
Yeah. Aren't we all? Actually, yeah. So let's go. Almost. This has got a couple more minutes left.
Like these two work together, and the men who stare at goats. Stubblebine thought that with enough practice he could learn to walk through walls. With a brief encouragement by Lieutenant Colonel Jim Shannon, a Vietnam vet whose post-war experiences at such new age meccas as the Esalen Institute and Big Sur led him to found the first Earth Battalion warrior monks and Jedi Knights. So the men who stare at goats actually comes from the Esalen Institute. Again, we're seeing everything stem from the Esalen Institute.
Really
and then,
good
of course,
cast.
Alex Jones has Stubblebine on, because these are the kind of operations. What they really are Cyware operations. And this is an old email I had. Let me read this to you, because the men who stare at goats, it's a smokescreen is what it really is. Here we see John Ronson, the men who stare at goats.
New age.
That is a
smoke
smoke.
New age bullshit.
Okay? It's not has nothing to do with army guys staring at goats to try to kill them. It's all about subconscious research. So, okay, so I quoted from a website. The men who stare at goats actually demonstrates this by briefly referencing MK Ultra as if it were shut down when the real program is demonstrated at the end of the film, where Kevin Spacey character is involved in private psyops to explicit cultural creation. So it's a shift. What we're seeing is a shift. So I say this is one of my favorite examples to use because it shows what force-fed programs ultimately end up becoming. Regardless of what you think about their origins, I personally think the quote staring at goats narrative is a cover, not a major project. The major projects were never ended. If you study Aquino, one of his favorite tactics is deflection. Example, it happened, but not like you think it did. It was really about staring at goats to see if you could kill them, not about thought architecture and mind control research. He would use this tactic by publishing papers via the Stanford Tavistock Institute. He would publish papers discrediting narratives like staring at goats or like the Stargate stuff, which ties in with all that. He would publish papers via Stanford, which is Tavistock, doing psychological research to deflect from the real programs that were going on. Say they're studying trickery, illusions, and ultimately how to deceive the human subconscious, mind/subconscious. Aquino says they're studying stage magic and spoon bending, which are often real, poorly funded programs, but they're only in place for cover, for a smokescreen. You really think the U.S. Army is going to dump funding into spoon bending, to a spoon bending program for practical use? Of course not. They're cover stories. So there's a lot more information about these networks. I could continue to go on and on and on for hours, and I will in future videos, but I just wanted to get some of this information out there. In future videos, I'm going to be talking about the intellectual dark web, which ties into all this, the culture they're pushing. Like I said, the rising centrist movement, the Brave New World, that I'm going to continue to focus on, continue to put this out there because it's such a deception that needs to be highlighted. Not many people are aware of it. Not many people are in full understanding of it. So with that, I'll say goodbye and good luck.
So yeah, pretty interesting. Am I muted? You pretty whack, bro. Yeah, pretty interesting presentation. Pretty scary and ominous.
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
It's just fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro.
Now, like the thing with the Stargate program is, like he talks about the whole bending of the spoon stuff being practical. Well, that's not even the point. The point is they were doing remote viewing, and they had actually found the essence of the creator of all in between the manifolds of different dimensions. That was the big point of it all. Like they had found evidence of the absolute creator above all anthropomorphized bullshit. And they were using extrasensory perception to gain information on things, not just in the present, but also in the past and in the future. Like with Project Looking Glass.
Damn, Paul. I think you'll probably fit right in over here on this show.
You know about the spy documentary, like the ESP, I think. Yeah, it's about the
ESP spying.
One guy with a gray hair, curly gray hair, like a scientist or something. I don't know his name, but he was into that. Like,
come on, Ariane.
Sorry?
I said, come on, Ariane. Cough up the name.
What?
I'm putting you on pressure. I'm just kidding.
Let's see. I have to see the name of the documentary. I think it's Spy. S.P.Y.
S.P.Y.
Yeah.
You can get me a copyright strike again. Movie, documentary. What's it about?
It's about espionage and spy document. Yeah, it has espionage and spy documentaries. So it's let me see. I want to find the name of that guy who was spy. I think it's about like spy eyes or something like that. Wait.
Ooh, do you guys know much about the haunt industry? Like haunted attraction, there's a weird connection / people stuff going on here. Ooh, do tell. That sounds interesting. I've always kind of, left Halloween decorations up year round, So that would be kind of interesting to think about that. The only cool holiday, Halloween. But if there's some weird haunt, if it's some sort of ritual that we go through every year or something, that's pretty interesting. You should come up sometime and tell us about it. So next week again, next week,
it's
next Sunday.
Third Eye Spies. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
What's it called?
Third Eye Spies.
Third Eye Spies. Interesting. That's a cool name. We'll check it out. Maybe we'll talk about it Sunday.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, next Sunday, make sure go hit the like button on this bad boy. This whole video went by. No one went and hit the like button. Come on, gosh. But we're going to be talking a lot about a lot of stuff. And go watch my last interview with Gary Yourofsky, the epic vegan beast. He's back doing activism again and causing lots of trouble. We had a pretty cool interview with him. I got him to elaborate on some of his spicy positions. And yeah, it was pretty cool.
I personally don't trust him, but it's fine.
It's cool. Shout out to David Arenas for being here. Shout out to Veg in the Woods. Scott Gordon for sure. I'm Fire. You're a douchebag. Non-esoteric. You're a douchebag. What's up, Marty and Mary? OC, what's up? I'm just going through to see the new people. We've had a lot of new people lately, which is pretty rad. But yeah, Sunday, definitely see you guys Sunday. Sunday is going to be fun. Lots of stuff to go over. I'm sure David C. Arenas likes the thumbnail. We'll see you Sunday. I'm going to leave you with, we're going to leave you with some more fun. The slow-mo.
Oh no.
Great, I'm glad you're
Ay caramba.
Ay caramba.
Because this, in my view,
Worst ASMR ever.
Yeah, for real.
Activate the right side of the brain
New Age nightmare.
is the reason for becoming more creative. It's the reason for when those cases where we're stuck and we don't know what else to do. And this is sort of the anecdote to getting past our 5-year-old selves that we
This would be great work into some EDM.
go to a place
Sample.
it is gonna turbocharge.
See, everybody wants everything fast right now. No effort.
Creativity and
Attention
working when I work with groups, I have an
It's pretty whack, bro.
do where it's actually don't tell them at the
Motherfucking
time, but
VGT.
it's actually
Benjode.
creativity tasks that 5-year-olds and 10-year-olds and
Like a
This is what happens when you take too many drugs in Fallout 4.
perform. And
I'm gonna have nightmares. Pass your face.
The power of this process when
You're in a fucking cult. I'm not in your cult. You fucking losers.
He's so happy.
Here's a song for you. Fucking trash apes. Gonna find out that you fuck with the wrong one, boy. We're not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult. Find the fuck out, boy. You'll find the fuck out, boy. You'll find the fuck out, boy.
No one fucking likes you. All right? I wouldn't say no one, but stop inviting all these American people over to Europa natural law.
Side of their brain, and then they
Crimea River.
get answers that they deem to be way more interesting, creative, and better. So it proves out pretty quickly.
Can you give us a little peek at that? I know it's probably
Everybody usually ends up
much
watching this for about a
more
half an hour after the show. It's just, it's too
than
funny
we
watching bullshitters lie
but
on slow mo.
mean by a creativity test that looks like your inner child?
Well, it doesn't really. Well, I guess it could be, and that may be another way to think about bringing out your inner child, but it's
Oh, sweet inner
essentially
child.
druid. I don't know if my light is too bright here to see.
Just hold it still. Hold it still.
What the handwriting, man.
And we can see it.
Oh my god, I thought mine was bad.
Wow.
Okay. It's actually
Pretty
that's
whack,
my
bro.
writing, and then this is a version of that test. It's basically a series of red boxes. And so participants are asked
This reminds me of Will Keller trying to explain something to
describe
somebody.
what they see and write it down. As many
Oh,
things
Jeffrey.
as they see. And in doing this, for about 13 years now, with individuals and audiences. The average person will come up with 4 to 5 answers to that question. And the more creative and the population will may come up with 14, 15 answers. So what happens is we get governed by the appropriateness of our answer, and then it limits our creativity because we don't want to say something too crazy, so we don't say it. And so, but moreover, when we learn to activate the right side of the brain, experiences that audiences will come up with typically 2 to 3 times more answers, but not just for the sake of quantity, they're also coming up with what they deem to be better answers from the quote right side of the brain.
This is fascinating, and if you are appreciating what best-selling author Bill Danius is chatting about, which is unlocking our creativity by unleashing and tapping into the right brain.
Oh, I love her right now.
Then go ahead and send them a little support, maybe a thumbs up emoji, or any
To the
questions that you
thumbs
have
up,
for him.
this, you know,
Maybe
smash the thumbs up.
even your concept of creativity.
Creatini.
To dovetail off that, what you just said, Bill,
Kuchiki Rukia from Bleach got rough in her later years.
idea of us getting older and the environments that we're in, the workplace, and so on. And when we come up with an out of the box solution, but but we're not invited to come up with an out-of-the-box solution puts us in a place where we don't want to say something quote unquote wrong. And that feels like the place we're kind of limited. So how can we shift our thinking? Does it have also to do with courage, like to be courageous, to be creative in maybe a world that doesn't embrace creativity in adulthood?
Absolutely, 100%, and more so, this oftentimes is a, quickly kind of can go into a psychological area because it turns out that some of the things that we've learned along the way in childhood and adulthood even, and by those that influenced us will impact our self-confidence, our courage, as you were saying, our ability to just have the belief that, we have something important to say, and that it's worth saying into the room. And so it's one of the reasons why brainstorming, which was invented 80 years ago by Alex Osgood, doesn't work as well policies where people are able to.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you. To every